Martha.
Hi, good evening. Just want to call the meeting to order for the Oxnard City Council for Tuesday, February 17th, 2026. Madam Clerk, may we have the roll call and posting of the agenda, please?
Councilwoman Basua. Here. Councilmember Perallo.
Here.
Councilwoman Perez.
Here.
Councilwoman Rodriguez.
Present.
Councilman Starr.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran.
Here.
Mayor MacArthur.
Here.
The agenda for this meeting was posted in the kiosks at City Hall, the Oxnard Public Library, the city administrative offices, and on the city's website on Thursday, February 5th. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The next item on the agenda is the appointment item that's scheduled for 5:30. This is D1 on your agenda packet. It's from the City Clerk Department. The subject entails Department Workshop, City Clerk, a presentation by our own City Clerk, Lopez. The recommendations that the City Council receive and file an update report from the City Clerk's office concerning information related to functions, priorities, challenges, and anticipated future needs. And Madam Clerk, Lopez is here. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members, and members of the public. Luli Lopez, Oxnard City Clerk. This presentation will provide an overview of the City Clerk's office and the services that we provide. The City Clerk's office has 2 employees plus myself, and we provide services to the community and to city departments. The City Clerk's office serves as the cornerstone of local government, responsible for maintaining official records, minutes, ordinance, resolutions, and conducting municipal elections. We prepare agenda and minutes for the City Council, manage the city records, and administer the oath of office for all city employees and citizen advisory groups. We maintain the city code book. We certify city documents, acting as a service agent for the city regarding claims, subpoenas, and summons, accepts and participates in bid openings of public projects. We provide notary service, we're the elections official, ensuring that employees file their conflict of interest Form 700 and issue a request for proposal for the selection of an adjudicated newspaper, which we will then bring to the City Council for approval. Every year, we are required to select an adjudicated newspaper so that the public knows where to find our legal notices. We also assist in the citizen advisory group appointments and accepts appeals. What we do. We prepare the agenda and minutes for the City Council, Oxnard Housing Authority, Oxnard Community Development Successor Agencies, City Council committees, and the Measure O Oversight Committee. In compliance with Sunshine Ordinance number 2948, the City Council agendas are published 12 days in advance, and committee agendas, as well as the Citizen Advisory Group agendas, are published 7 days in advance. As the official keeper of the Oxnard Municipal Code, we maintain and update the code book for the city, and it's available on the website. We're also referred to as the historian. The City Clerk's office maintains the minutes, resolutions, ordinance since the city was incorporated in 1903. The City Clerk's office serves as the elections officials for the city and filing officer for statements of economic interest and campaign disclosure filings. We ensure that all employees that are designated as filers comply with resolution number 15,837 to ensure that they file their annual conflict of interest statement, Form 700, by April 1st of every year. We also ensure that the Citizen Advisory Board members file their Form 700, take their ethics and sexual harassment training, and submit their certificates to our office. These trainings are valid for 2 years. As the elections officials, we coordinate municipal elections and ensuring compliance with local, state, and federal laws. This is an important year. We have the June 2nd primary election, and then we also have our general municipal election on Tuesday, November 3rd for Districts 1, 2, and 5. The nomination period opens on Monday, July 13th, and closes on Friday, August the 7th. I will be coming to City Council in a few months to consolidate our election with the County of Ventura Elections Division. And potential candidates file their nomination papers, code of ethics, and other election forms with our office. We also administer the oath of office to all candidates. We coordinate the Fair Political Practice Commission filings, including the Statement of Economic Interest, Form 700, and campaign disclosure filings, which are made available on the city's website and also on the city, available on the city clerk's page. Excuse me. Next, the Citizen Advisory Groups, also known as CAGs. We accept applications which are valid for 4 years. For those candidates that have been approved for appointment, we administer the oath of office, ensuring the timely filing of their Form 700, their ethics and sexual harassment training. And then each candidate is provided with a copy of the Robert's Rules of Order to ensure we have them sign a document stating that they received it. So all CAG board members receive this. The MADI Act. The MADI Act, which is Government Code Section 54972 in California, requires local government legislative bodies to publish an annual list of their regular and ongoing boards, commissions, committees by December 31st, making the public aware of how they can participate. And that list would also includes the expiration terms, and we're supposed to post this by December 31st. I do want to point out that every time that we make an appointment, this list is updated and it's available on our website, outside of the council chambers, and in the city clerk's office. The city clerk's office accepts and date stamps all public project bids. Bids must be submitted to the city clerk's office by 2 p.m. and a public bid opening in conjunction with Public Works Contract Administration staff is conducted here in the council chambers. We secure all bid bonds until the project has been awarded. And then if anybody is interested in seeing how this process works, tomorrow we have a bid opening at 2 p.m. for Public Works Project 20-95 Campus Park. We also secure performance and labor. We also secure performance and labor and material bonds for subdivision improvement agreements, plan development projects. And we work closely with community development as to the release of these bonds. Our role is to secure and safeguard these bonds. So I'm sure that you guys are probably wondering what a subdivision improvement agreement is, or a plan development. For example, we can take Sakioka Farms. When that was being developed, there are conditions that the developer has to comply, and then they're required to post a bond depending on the cost of the improvements. And then once the city accepts those, then we issue a notice of completion, and then we start to calendar the release of those bonds. And acting as a service agent for the city regarding claims, subpoenas, and summons. In 2024, we received a total of 285 claims. In 2025, we received 229 claims. And then acting as the official custodian of record for the city, we're responsible for all city council agendas, minutes, ordinance, resolutions, and legal publications. We maintain all city council minutes, resolutions, ordinance since 1903, and we keep these are maintained in a vault, and the paper that we use is acid-free. So if anybody is ever interested in taking a look at the vault and where we have these, I'm happy to provide you with a little tour. It's not a big vault, but So, and okay, so what are some of the challenges that the city clerk's office faces? Well, making the city council resolutions, ordinance, agreements publicly available so that the public can research from the comfort of their home. I'm currently working with our IT department to come up with a way where we can make these documents available. The records are already scanned, so it's just a matter of making them publicly available so that the public can research them. Other cities have their resolutions and ordinance on their website, and so we need to just kind of follow along and get that. And that concludes my presentation. If you have any questions, I'm available to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councilmember Pearl, go ahead.
Yes. Do you have any staff that works with you? If you name them. And the second thing, I believe you gave the date that people can file for anybody interested in running for offices. What's your date that they can file? Those are my only two questions. Thank you.
So Mayor and Councilmember Perallo, we have two staff members. Dee is the Assistant City Clerk and Marisol is the Office Assistant. The nomination period for this coming election on November the 3rd, the nomination period opens on Monday, July 13th, and it closes on Friday, August 7th at 5 p.m.
Thank you. That's all I got.
Thank you. Mayor Portem, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Madam Clerk, for the information. I'm glad that there are a lot of people here to see that if they need to do research projects or find information on the city in the past, the clerk is who you would go to. And I just want to thank you for your work. And I know you have predecessors who worked to keep things updated. When you mentioned about the records, I'm working on a little project on the side, and I had to go back to 2010 to find a very specific agenda item for the city of Oxnard and for another city. And not only was the minutes there for the city of Oxnard on the website, but there was also the video of that meeting. And the other city, I had to request that information. So I just want to thank you for your work in bringing everything into the digital age, going back. And I know as time goes on, we'll get more and more available to us. So thank you very much.
You're welcome. Mayor and council members, I forgot to mention, we do have a list of all the mayors, all the mayor pro tem and all the council members from the time the city was incorporated. So that's a document that we're also going to make available as like a historical document. So if anybody is ever wondering when was the first female mayor, which was Jane Tomac, you can do that research there. So those are some of the projects that I'm working on to try to make those available.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Any other questions or comments? Thank you, Madam Clerk, for this great presentation. Thank you. Thank you. Madam Clerk, are there any public speakers for your presentation that you're aware of?
And Mayor and council members, we do not have any speakers in person or virtually for this appointment item. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no additional speakers, this is only receive and file, so no action is required by council. Okay, guys, I'm going to hit the gavel here, okay?
Mayor and council
we are.
members, we'll need to take a break and then resume back at 6 p.m.
I'm sorry, one more time, ma'am?
We'll have to take a short break and then we'll resume back at 6 p.m.
I'm so used to just
I know.
going over, running late. We're actually on time.
The city clerk is very efficient with her
Yeah, yes, she
presentations.
is. So if you guys just bear with us, we'll take a short recess and we'll convene here right at 6 o'clock, okay? Go ahead, Councilmember.
If I could make a suggestion, Mayor, you might want to explain why when they have an agenda, as the clerk has stated, we have posting times of when the meetings start, and that's why we do it, so that we don't get in trouble. And public might be interested to know how come that's done.
Yeah. The Councilmember just brought up, just to explain to those in attendance here, the reason we'll take a short break and resume at 6 o'clock is per our rules, because when we publish this agenda, it's expected that we start at 6 o'clock so that the public has an opportunity to participate in their local government. Okay, so we will start promptly at 6 o'clock with our ceremonial items, and I know we've got a young person here that's going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance as well. So we'll convene here at 6 o'clock, okay? About 13 minutes. Thank you. Thank you, Councilman. Yeah, there you go. We'll shush. Hi, everyone. Thanks for your patience, and just want to call the meeting to order for the Oxnard City Council and the Oxnard Housing Authority for Tuesday, February 17th, 2026. Oh, go ahead, Mr. Andrade, come on up. Madam Clerk, may we have a roll call and posting of the agenda, please?
Councilwoman Commissioner Basua. Here. Councilmember Commissioner Perallo.
Here.
Councilwoman Commissioner Bettis. Here. Commissioner Andrade. Here. Thank you. Councilwoman Commissioner Rodriguez.
Present.
Councilman Commissioner Starr.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Vice Chair Teran.
Here.
Mayor Chair MacArthur.
Here.
The agenda for this meeting was posted at the kiosks at City Hall, the Oxnard Public Library, the city administrative offices, and on the city's website on Thursday, February the 5th. I also have an announcement to read. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54952.3, each member of the Housing Board of Commissioners present will receive $50 pay for convening this meeting, with the exception of Commissioner Starr, who has declined to receive compensation. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next, I'm going to pass it over to Councilwoman Rodriguez to introduce Yesenia Martinez, an 11th grade student at Channels High School, that will lead us in the pledge, and also for a moment of silence we'll take as well.
Yes, I'm very excited to invite Yesenia Martinez up here. She's an 11th grader at Channel Island High School. She's also a proud TRIO Upward Bound participant. And for those not familiar with TRIO, I too am an alumni, and it's just a transformative program that really changes lives for first-gen income-qualified students. So she'll lead us in the flag salute. And I also want to take a moment of silence because at Oxnard College we lost a retired professor, Jim Merrill, who was one of our founding faculty back in the day, and after 36 years of working at Oxnard College had retired, but he created the OC alma mater, and he just left a legacy. So he was very passionate about the arts, helped with a lot of the arts, OCTV, and so much more. So a moment of silence for him. Yes.
May we also add very prominent political figure, Jesse Jackson, and as you mentioned, the arts, Robert Duvall. Tremendous addition to this nation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Pro. Go ahead, Yesenia.
If you could all join me in standing up and taking off your hats for the Pledge of Allegiance. Place your right hand over your heart. Repeat after me. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you. When you're ready, Yesenia, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor MacArthur and council members of the city of Oxnard. As previously mentioned, my name is Yesenia Martinez. I would first like to thank you all for this opportunity to represent my community, as I am honored to be here with you tonight. I was born and raised in Oxnard, and I am a part of Councilmember Perez's District 6. I am a current junior attending Channel Islands High School. My parents migrated from Guanajuato, Mexico around 20 years ago, looking for a better future for their family. My parents have always been firm believers in the importance of education. I was told from a very young age to never take my education for granted. My mom stays at home taking care of us, while my dad works all day in construction. These are sacrifices my parents have made in order for my siblings and I to be able to focus on our education and reach our own dreams. They didn't want us to need to rely on other people to take care of us or have to work longer hours every day, unable to take breaks, relax, and miss out on the importance of family. Because of their love and support, I have always had a love for school. One of the teachers that I remember the most vividly from middle school was my 5th grade teacher. She was a Harry Potter fanatic and sprinkled Harry Potter whenever she could in our assignments. She encouraged my love for reading and was one of the reasons why I made the Millionaires Club not once, not twice, but 4 times throughout my middle school career. The Millionaires Club was my middle school's way of encouraging students to read. It was an accomplishment achieved by taking quizzes on books that students read, and the more tests they passed, the closer they were to reaching 1 million words, which was the minimum for being in the club. I always strive to make it in the club every year to make my parents proud. I have always liked reading though, and I don't think that will ever change. Reading books helps you get into the mindset of the characters in the book and be able to relax and not need to worry about deadlines or working. Now that I am in high school, I try to get in AP or honors classes so I can keep my mind sharp and get ready for college. But I don't just go to my classes and go home every day. I have always tried to stay involved in clubs. One club that I am involved in is Avid Club, where I am currently part of the cabinet as a fundraiser liaison, where I work with my advisor, Ms. Plasencia, to raise money for our club. I am also involved in Key Club, HOSA for future medical professionals, and Trio Upward Bound at Oxnard College. One of the reasons why I was chosen today was for my involvement in Upward Bound. I had first found out about the program during my freshman Avid class because my teacher liked having people from different programs come and present to her students to help expose them to various opportunities in the community. When I first applied, I wasn't sure if I was going to be accepted, but a couple of weeks later, I got a pass to go to the office and interview with the Upward Bound counselor, Luis. I was so nervous, but his positive attitude eventually calmed me down. The interview went well, and I was accepted into the program. My mentor was so nice and welcoming, and I quickly became used to the program and made a new friend. We mostly stayed to ourselves until my sophomore year during the summer program. She would sometimes miss class, which forced me to get out of my shell and become friends with people that I already knew. I still talk to them whenever possible, and the funny thing is that without Trio, I don't think I'd have ever met them, since we're all involved in different activities, go to different schools, and are in different grades. Upward Bound takes us on field trips to different places, whether it be academic, like universities, or for fun, like parks. But Upward Bound also helped me meet important people in my community. For example, I have met several of the council members serving on this board during the summer program last year. Since I'm involved in programs like AVID that helps prepare students for college, I already have an idea on how I want to continue my education after high school. I plan to go to university that offers a bachelor's degree in nursing that's close to home, like CSUCI or Fullerton. Then I want to apply to become a registered nurse, and a couple of years later, get my master's degree in midwifery to become a nurse midwife. I'm choosing this career because I hope to help people in their hour of need. I want to enter the field of medicine because there aren't a lot of Hispanic nurses out there, and I want to help change that. From my own personal experiences, there has been trouble finding people to translate for my mom because she doesn't speak English. When I become a registered nurse, I will help people feel more comfortable about the procedures that they are undergoing because I will be able to communicate more effectively with them and put them at ease. My goal for the future is to come back to Oxnard and serve my community as a medical professional. Thank you for allowing me to speak to you on behalf of my community.
Thank you. And I just wanted to thank Yesenia for coming out here. I know it can be nerve-wracking, but she's always been very cheerful, friendly, hardworking, and inclusive of all of her peers. So thank you so much for representing well. And we look forward to having you come back once you have your degrees and helping pay it forward.
Yeah. You know, one of the reasons we do this, just so everyone here in attendance knows, is to highlight the great academic talent that we have here in our community. Thanks to the great work of our local educators, and just certainly things don't happen by accident, is your perseverance, Yesenia, and the guidance of your parents. Are they here today?
Yeah.
Yesenia, who are they? You want to introduce them? Yeah. Yeah, thank you. And just know you have I know you've got some great teachers who definitely have had an impact on you, but just know that this entire community is behind you and want to see you succeed. So we're all here to help you and be supportive. And if you wouldn't mind, come up here. We've got a certificate for you. And if you want to bring your parents up or any of your teachers or anyone from your school that's here supporting you, they're welcome to come up here as well. Okay, thanks.
Congratulations, you're my district. We should chat. We definitely should chat.
Yeah, of course.
Good to see you again.
Felicidades.
Felicidades.
I'll take off part of that. Yeah. Okay. I was gonna say, wait, I didn't put my glasses on. You're good.
How's it going?
I was leaving. Mika, this is for you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. What's this? What do you think, right?
Ready here again?
Okay.
1, 2, 3, nominating your 3. 1, 2, 3. Go. Thank you much.
That's a great recommendation. Adela. And if you just will bear with me, the next item that we have is, this is the ceremonial item. And this evening we have 3. First, I'd like to call up Alfie Shulman. Come on up, Mr. Shulman. And we have a presentation. It's a presentation of a resolution after death commending Len Shulman. The recommendation is that the City Council adopt a posthumous resolution commending Len Shulman for over 8 years of dedicated service to the Measure O Citizens Oversight Committee. In here to accept that resolution is Alfie Shulman. Thank you. Thank you so much. Would you like to say a couple things, Mr. Shulman?
My husband, Leonard Shulman, loves the city. He wanted to do everything possible for the enrichment of this city. He was chairman of the Carriage Square City Council for 22 and a half years. He worked really hard to get our Eastwood Park new equipment, and we finally just got it. Thank you.
And this is a resolution that we have for your husband, for all his dedicated work. And for all you, I know we have a lot of students here, parents from Pacifica High School. You know, things don't happen by themselves. It takes the dedicated effort for people to volunteer and get engaged to make our community better. And that's what Mr. Shulman did. So after his passing, it was hard to take because he committed so much of his time to make this community better. And Ms. Shulman is here to accept this resolution that we have for her. Thank you, Ms. Shulman.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, before we move on to the next item, if we can have a motion and a second to adopt a resolution.
Yep. I made
So
the
moved.
motion.
Oh, excuse me, I'll second.
I'm sorry, who was the maker of the motion?
I made the motion
Okay.
and the Mayor Pro Tem seconded the motion.
Okay. Councilmember Perallo?
Yes.
Councilwoman Perez? Yes. Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Aye.
Councilman Starr?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua? Yes. Mayor MacArthur?
Yes.
And this motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Mayor,
Thank-
just if you-
Absolutely.
It's, for me personally, it's tremendous. There's a lot of people here. But the things that were said by the mayor, it takes a lot of people, a lot of years. This was a husband and wife team. They have kids, and they involved with the city of Oxnard. One of the first times that I remember him was in his neighborhood council. We have a council member here, Mr. Aaron Starr, that served with Len Shulman on the UREP some time ago, quite some time ago. Mr. Shulman was instrumental in being a member of the PAC. Mr. Shulman was also instrumental in regional neighborhood cleanups when they did that for a while. He led the neighborhood cleanups in his neighborhood. He had the national nights out. He did a tremendous amount of things that have gone unsaid. But every time, as you look at each other in the audience, it isn't just the man, it's the woman by his side that made a big difference in this community. He's a tremendous loss.
Thank you, Councilmember Pearl, for sharing those kind words. The next item on the agenda, this is the presentation of a resolution commending Adam Lopez, and I know I saw Adam come in here. Come on up, Adam. Yep. And the recommendation is that the City Council adopt a resolution commending Adam Lopez for over 7 years of dedicated service to the Community Relations Commission. And you may have seen Adam not only on social media, but also he's the, you'll hear his voice here in a little bit, but he's the voice behind our Christmas parade, our tree lighting, among other things he does. So you'll hear his voice, you may recognize it. So Adam, thank you so much for all you've done.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, well, good evening, everybody. It's one of the greatest satisfactions and feelings in life is serving, and it's giving back to the community, but serving with the purpose. Whether it's a commissioner, whether it's a city council, whether it's an oversight committee, whether it's neighborhood council, and serving knowing, never forgetting the purpose is to serving the people and making a difference. I served 2016, 17 as commissioner. We held the CRC, we held a town hall meeting with Chief Whitney back then and a lot of school administrators, and we discussed suicide, depression amongst young kids. As commissioner, I sat in the Interfaith Council and we hosted our very first faith forum for the city of Oxnard, where we gathered in Plaza Park and we had faith leaders, different religions, denominations come together for unity. So what I'm trying to say is that what we try to instill is that in the world that we're living in, that there's so bad happening, there's still a lot of good that needs to be done. And that's what we do. My nephew just got into the CRC. He's a young commissioner. And I commend everybody. And I encourage all of you young people to get involved in your city and make a difference. So I appreciate all of you. And I serve as commissioner, but one day I hope to replace one of you in the dais.
Where do you live? Where do you live? Okay, I see.
One, two, and thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor and council members, before we move on to the next item, yes, may I have a motion in a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk, call for the vote.
Thank you. Councilwoman Perez? Yes. Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Aye.
Councilman Starr?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua?
Yes.
Councilmember Perallo?
Yes.
Mayor MacArthur?
Yes,
And this motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
thank you. The next item on the agenda is the presentation of commendation certificates to the Pacifica High School boys football team for their victories in CIF SS Division III championship and the CIF State Southern Regional 1A championship. And if I can just say a few, it's a powerhouse with Pacifica High School. I know I was just talking to Coach Moon out there, Coach Covarrubias back there, and I think Pacifica remains the only public high school to win a state champ back in 2019 under Coach Moon, and here in 2024, back-to-back in 2025 to make it to the state champs again, or to the state bowl. Lost both times, but but still to make it, I mean, it's remarkable. I don't think you I was doing good.
So close.
I was so close. So close. Well, just like Pacifica was. I'm kidding, Coach Moon. But it's just, for us, it's like when we heard Pacifica High School, and not just football, I know there's other sports coming where you guys are just dominating. And for us as a city, you're putting us on the map when it comes to sports. And to me personally means a lot. To us means a lot that all of you young people are representing Pacifica High School and representing this city with just a tremendous amount of talent. And you can't do it alone without the support of your parents, certainly, without the support of your coaches, many of whom are volunteers, to try to just enhance your game. And to us, it's just, I mean, we're just so proud. We're just so proud that you're representing Oxnard. So when we heard you, again, made it to the State Bowl, we wanted to honor you and bring you in here. I know right now it's presidential week. I know you guys are off school, so we don't have all of you, all of the entire team here, which actually I think it works out, right? Otherwise, we'd have the whole place full. But we also invited the cheerleading squad to come here as well under Vanessa's leadership. And the reason we did that is because we know how much more, I mean, they're the bridge between the team and the fans. They also intensify the game. They elevate the atmosphere of football and motivate the players to play that much better. So they play a crucial role in the success of this team. So we wanted to make sure we honor them as well. So thank you, Vanessa, and thank you to all the cheerleaders that came out here to be recognized. And if I can get maybe your help, we'll start with you, Gabriela. We'll call them up. Unless, does any other councilman want to make any comments or anything? Absolutely.
So as we're getting ready for those, are we going to bring them up section at a time, Mayor, and then we'll do photos? Okay. So be ready, alphabetical order. If you're at the beginning of the alphabet, get ready. I just want to reiterate what the mayor said, and thank you all so much. Thank you to the students, the athletes, our coaches, our parents who supported it, and all the staff who supported it as well. I think what the mayor was trying to say is that even though we might have come up short, that know that there's always lessons in everything. And you went farther than all those other teams who came up short before you did. So, but lessons in everything. You persevered. You came out. You did your very, very best, and we are here to recognize that tonight. So, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I think we're just going to stop. We're not doing.
Maybe I can bring this to a new low. So, this is more than about football. It's about the game of life itself. We're talking about camaraderie, discipline, teamwork, the pursuit of excellence. These are all life lessons for you that's going to help you through the rest of your life. So I hope you'll pursue life the way you pursued this game, because the game of life is what is basically going to be the end result. That is your pursuit. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. We're just going to call you up. We have it in alphabetical order, and if you we're going to call the coaches at the end. But if you want to come up, we'll start filling in this first row here. Then once that gets full, we'll go to the back, if that's okay. You want to call them up?
Sure, I'll try. I apologize ahead of time if I mispronounce your name, but we'll start with JC Adame. JC Adame. J. Talavan Ale Aina. Please don't let me say that wrong. Okay. Gabriel Arellano. It is ski week. Kyle Bird. All right. Luke Cameron, or Cameron. Luke. Not in the house. David Carranza. We do have David? All right. Robert Castañeda. Did we print the right names? No, I'm just teasing. Alejandro Castro. Samuel Castro. These are your teammates, right? Okay, great. Luis Cochillos. Luis. Okay. Donovan Compton. Elijah Compton. All right, that was A through C. Gabriel Diaz. Johnny Diego. Yay, Johnny! Followed by Jonathan Feliciano. Hey. Christian Freedy. Or Freddie. I'm sorry, it's Christian Freed, right? Caden Gan. Caden. All right. Jacob Garcia. Oh, Christian Freed. Jacob Garcia. Alexander Garcia. All right. There you go. Parker Goins. Parker. Jamarcus Harmon. Dion Hazley. Julian Hernandez. John Hernandez. John. Angel Herrera Cruz. Anthony Jacobs. William Jones Jr. No. Taylor Lee. Lorenzo Lee. Lorenzo? All right. Austin Lewis. Austin. Adam Lopez. Another Adam Lopez. Anthony Loreto. Yay. Gus Luna. Anthony Macias. Max Magana. Isaac Magana. Gabriel Marquez. Eli Medina. Jairo Mendoza. Yeah. Kingston Miller. Yes, happy to switch. Julian Molina.
No worries. As I say, we can do it.
Oh, I thought you meant to switch.
Okay. All right, so we're in the letter N now. Brian Negrete. Okay, where you putting them? Okay. Thank you.
They're not in order.
Jasper Neos. Johan Ortega. Jose Perez. Isaiah Phelps. All right, Isaiah, come on down. Jacob Phelps. Thank you, sir. Chris Pike. Josiah Polo. Okay. Caleb Puga. Noel Quintero. Uh-oh. Abel Ramos. Okay. It's the same one. Isaiah Ramos. Isaiah Ramos. Okay. Ruben Romero. Elijah Royster. Mickey Rukobo. All right. Thank you. Adrian Ruiz. Jose Sainz Jr. Thank you. Diego Salazar. Adam Salazar. Is he here? Doesn't look like. Okay. Raúl Salcedo. Okay. Jeremiah Samuel. Jaliel Santos. David Sarti. Angel Sepulveda. Karanpreet Singh. Malaika Sion. Darius Smith. Is Darius here? Okay. Tyler Stewart. Okay. Are we through those? Okay.
We have one more batch.
All right. Okay, we have one more batch of football players. Jordan Taunu. Okay. Thank you, Councilwoman. Adaya Tili. Adonija Tili. Troy Torres. Autoa Tiamalau. Did I say it correctly? Amari Turner. Robert Jaden Victor. Julian Villegas. DeVille Warner. Oops, thank you. Quentin Williams. Demetrius Williams. Philip Wilson. Jaden Wingo.
That's it for the players, and then we'll do cheerleaders.
Okay. All right, that is our players. Let's get this one last picture here.
Careful with the tea.
Oh. Spill all the tea up here. All right. Okay, let's hear it for our. It's first. All right, Mayor, did we want to do a photo for all of them, and then we have the cheerleaders too? Yeah.
Can we get all the players?
Well, let's do a photo, then we'll call up cheerleaders. Another photo. Does that seem?
There we go. Yeah. No, they're gonna be fine. We just need to scoot in a little more. Thank you. And can I have all the players hold up your certificates chest high, please? Thank you. Look up. Chest high. All right. He's going to go first. Look at this guy right here, all right? Going first. And perfect. All right, real quick. 3, 2, 1. One more, open your eyes. Perfect.
One more set. If you can't see the camera, you're not in the picture. Here we go, ready, and,
Cheese.
okay, thank you.
All right. All right, Mayor, how would you like to proceed? Do you want to bring up the cheerleaders, or do you want to excuse? I think they want a full picture with everybody eventually, right? Okay. Coaches. All right. Do you want back? Okay. All right, back to the assembly then. You want to switch or you want to do this?
Sure, you open them for me. Cheer coach Vanessa Rivera. Miliana Valdez. Sofia Espinosa. Yes, she's here. Destiny Aaron. Or Angelica Carrasco. I apologize. That was Angelina Carrasco. Nidia Llanes. Nadia Llanes. Magali Ortiz. Mariah Lopez. Is Mariah here? Okay. Naima Samuel. I don't think so. Bella Guzman. No. Victoria Flores. Jaslyn Rugerio. Samantha Guzman. Aaliyah Valdez. Aaliyah. Amara Espinosa. Alexandra Hernandez. Abigail Casares. Ariana Segovia. Ruby Manzo. Emily Sepúlveda. María Inés Penagos. Demaila Aupui. Juliet Graham. All right, let's give it up for the cheerleaders. We also have the coaches coming up, so Mayor Pro Tem will read them and I'll help out.
Okay, our first coach is head coach Mike Moon. Round of applause for Coach Moon. Assistant coach Mark Brondos. Assistant coach Eric Diaz. Assistant coach Agustin Castañeda. Assistant coach Dean Litton. Coach Dean not here. Assistant coach Armando Cifuentes. Okay. Assistant coach Richard Valdivia. I don't think he's here. Assistant coach Marcus Alford.
Assistant Coach Mike Moraga. Assistant Coach Jordan Nunry. Assistant Coach David Covarrubias. All right, that is all our certificates, Mayor.
For everybody on the edges, just get a little tighter, okay?
Let's
Thank you. Don't forget to raise your awards chest high, okay? Perfect. All right, you can see my lens. I can see you. All right. Coaches are getting ready. All right. Perfect. In 3, 2, 1, look at me. Big smiles. One more. Big smiles. All right. There we go.
Thank you.
Maybe Coach wants to say.
Yeah. You want to say anything since you're?
I already said enough.
Coach Moon, do you want to address the crowd, say a few words? All right, we have Coach Moon coming up here to give us a speech.
All right. First off, appreciate obviously cheerleaders being here and being recognized tonight. All the parents that are in attendance, you're a huge part of this. Back-to-back championships. And we couldn't have done it without you. Couldn't have done it without the cheer. Obviously, the players. Really, really nice to be recognized by the city council of the best city in the United States of America. But I really mean that. I love the city. I love the people of the city. I love our players, our coaches, all the parents and everything. So wouldn't want to do it at any other school in any other city. Appreciate the mayor, appreciate the city council and everybody. Go Tritons.
Thank you. Thank you, players. Thank you so much for your time. Parents, thank you for your engagement, for your accomplishment. You guys are really a powerhouse. You guys are representing Oxnard the right way. And certainly, I think, like Councilmember Starr said, is you're learning life lessons. And just, for me, it's so important to create these relationships. It really strengthens the bonds in our community. That's why it's important for us to recognize, not only, we recognize academic talent, but also recognize athletes who are going somewhere, and also the dedication, the perseverance of our cheerleading squad that elevates the game, bridges the gap between the fans and the player, and just motivates the players so they play a crucial role. And so I'm just so thrilled that all of you accepted my invitation to come out and accept the certificates, and you all are represented as well in the tremendous work to you, Coach Moon, to Vanessa, and Marcus, David, and the other coaches, Eric, that are really elevating the game. I think it's remarkable what you've done in such a short amount of time. So thank you for that perseverance and dedication. Thank you, everyone. All right, guys. I hear they're going to take some laps. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Hope you guys have a great rest of your night. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you.
These are all ones that didn't come. I already used that. So Lily, these are all.
Try-ins.
Go get in line.
Angie. Esteban, can you do my phone? Sorry. I don't want to go around. Not enough.
Big brother, big brother, big brother, big brother.
You're going to be carrying a baby. I get to carry a baby. So by the time we start, we get to carry a baby. Again next year?
You're a neighbor, right? Just gonna go in the front door. Thanks, sir.
Mike, you gotta smile.
There we go. There we go. Ready? Holding on. Over here, man. Okay, forward. We're finished. We're finished. There. over there. I wasn't like trying to pawn it off. I just wanted to do that.
Yes, thank you. We can open for discussion. I'm happy to share that. I'm willing to give you a point. I did my due diligence too.
Here? Okay. Do you want Eric right here?
Thanks, everyone. Thank you for bearing with us. And I don't know if he's still here. Just wanted to make a quick announcement. We just learned from Coach Moon that Julian Hernandez just accepted an offer to go to Western New Mexico University. Congratulations, Julian. Congratulations, Julian, on your acceptance to Western New Mexico University. Congratulations. We will now move to the next item on the agenda, and this is for public comments for items not on the agenda, and we have, I see Mr. Eric Andrus is here. Mr. Andrus, we'll start with you, followed by Curtis Thompson. Okay, and Sarah, Sarah's here, okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night. Thank you, Mr. Andrews, for bearing with us as we quieted down the, Madam Clerk, are there any speakers? I see a couple up there.
Mayor and council members, yes, we do have a virtual speaker. Would you like to take that person first?
We'll take Mr. Andrus first, if that's okay. And then we'll go to Mr., I see Curtis Thompson's not here. We'll go to Sarah, then the virtual callers.
What you're hearing is what my household and neighbors have endured since December of 2021. This kept my partner Jeff awake during his final months when he was terrified he'd stop breathing in his sleep. For 4.5 years, I filed complaint after complaint, provided documentation, and complied with every requirement, yet the problem persists. Early on, OPD told me they don't respond to dog barking calls. When I asked Sergeant Shrub why officers were being told not to uphold the law, he said he didn't question it. Under California Health and Safety Code Section 46,000, excessive noise is a serious hazard to public health and welfare, and all Californians are entitled to a peaceful and quiet environment. That state policy expects local governments to enforce their noise ordinances as written, not postpone action under fabricated interpretations. Through public record requests, I found that OPD made up a rule that 2 houses must be affected and report the incident twice before a hearing can be held. I included the email in the PDF I sent you all a few hours ago. I hope you all got it. The rule appears nowhere in the ordinance. Section 5-2A7 defines a nuisance as noise so loud and persistent it deprives persons in 2 or more residences of comfortable enjoyment. That's a definition of what qualifies. The barking must affect 2 residences. My residence and Louise's residences are both affected, among others, who just choose not to report it. Section 5-3 says any person aggrieved by a public nuisance may swear out a written complaint with the city clerk. It requires no co-complainants, no multiple filings, no procedural threshold. OPD invented those requirements. My neighbor Louise should be calling in to clarify the dog is still barking. Curtis, my roommate, is also going to call in and confirm this nuisance affects our residents daily. This is today, as well as his mental and physical health. California's public nuisance law, including penal sections 372 and 373A, makes it a misdemeanor to create or maintain a nuisance that interferes with the community's enjoyment of life and property. A persistent barking dog fits that squarely within its definition of a nuisance. The state's policy and law underscore the importance of addressing conditions that disturb the public peace and quiet. I call on this council to investigate why OPD has refused to enforce sections 5-2 and 5-3 as written, to examine the fabricated practices being applied, and to ensure our laws are administered according to their plain language, not according to requirements invented to avoid enforcement.
Thank you, Mr. Andrus. Madam Clerk, just to confirm, Curtis Thompson is not here, correct?
He's going to be calling in.
Okay, they'll go to him on. Sarah? Thank you, Sarah.
Good evening, Mayor MacArthur, City Council, and City staff. I'm just here to update you guys on the latest abduction statistics from ICE. As of this morning, 805 Undocufund has reported 1,626 abductions in the 805 area code. In Ventura County, there are 848, and in Oxnard, 142. It's been a long year, and these numbers continue to grow. I know you guys are doing everything that you can, and so are we. We have another training here in Oxnard coming up on February 28th for anyone interested in getting involved. And you can find out more about that on our social media at 805 Undocufund and on our website, 805undocufund.org. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Madam Clerk, we'll go to a virtual caller, then we'll follow that virtual caller. Jeanette will follow that virtual caller. Thank you.
Okay, virtual speaker, if you can press *6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes starting now.
Is that me?
Yes, that is you. Please start.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. My name is Chris Iwasaki Markey, and I'm here to speak tonight in response to my letter I sent last week outlining how the Oxnard Dunes community remains under continued threat from fire and, environmental hazards. For many years, we have lived with persistent theft, physical threats of violence, screaming throughout the night, and periodic fires from the massive vagrant encampment off 5th and Edison Canal. Although the bulk of the encampment has been cleaned up, there are still a few lingering and repeat offenders who still inhabit the dunes. This is not hypothetical. And on January 21st, yet another fire ignited just yards from our homes, as documented in 311 request number 176-98627. Beyond the physical danger, we, the global we, are facing a secondary crisis. As you know, insurance companies across California are using these unmitigated risks to declare new fire zones and thereby look for ways to hike premiums and what will be a penalty to residents here in Oxnard. My neighbors and I have spent 4 years, and likely more for others in the community, documenting these issues. Personally, I have submitted drone photos of active encampments, utilized the 311 system to provide photographic evidence of repeat trespassers, and in the past had more fruitful conversations with the HLU unit commander, at that time Sergeant Trickle, while balancing my professional responsibilities. Yet, despite the homeless liaison units performing cleanups, some inhabitants still remain or resurface on a continued basis. Now, given my letter to the city last week, instead of proactive enforcement, I have been met with defamation from an internal HOU lead commenting that was either provided to me by accident or anonymously. He deliberately embellished facts to slander my character, labeling me as a privileged day trader to villainize me and make me look like I'm some entitled homeowner. To clarify, I'm a professional that lives here in Oxnard, but I also recently suffered a layoff, which lasted for about 8 months last year. Furthermore, the HLU critiqued my use of the 311 system, ignoring the fact that calling the non-emergency line often results in a 5 to 10 minute hold and a 2-hour or more response time. If you don't want people to use the 311 system, then remove the option to report homeless encampments. This is a shift to blame tactic, attacking citizens who provide the evidence to the police they need to in an attempt to
Thank you, sir. I apologize. You're out of time, but we did get the letter you submitted. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Council.
Thank you, sir, for calling in. Madam Clerk, we'll go to Jeanette. Come on. Thank you, Jeanette.
I want to first congratulate Pacifica High School. I know Coach Moon and Eric Diaz and did a tremendous job. I'm a little short, sorry. Real quick, I have 2 complaints, Mr. MacArthur, and I feel bad laying this upon your panel, but my first complaint is inputting sidewalks to the Colonia area homeowners' property. There's a few neighbor complaints that have been reaching out as far as their property being cut in order for the city to come in and build sidewalks. I don't know if there's been a continuance with that matter, but I wanted to address it with you peacefully. My second complaint is a peaceful complaint. On May 20th, 2022, I was escorted off of Pacifica High School campus with 2 police officers. One of the officers was Officer Han. With Principal Chris Ramirez, Karen Boyd, HR, after reporting 2 drunks on campus, including my former boss. First administrator was Ted Lawrence. Second was Ray Gonzalez. After being caught 3 times on campus, I find out that one of the union representatives from Oxnard Union High School District, Tim Allison, and Robert Caden, that get paid $15,000, and the second gets paid $180,000 to represent Oxnard Union High School District employees, in which they failed. They didn't represent me in this matter. Furthermore, my godson, who went to Pacifica High School and got knocked to the floor with cameras all over that school and was injured with 3 other of his individuals, did the right thing by going to school, just like everybody else. And there was no nurse on campus. There was no assistant nurse. But yet, what's scary about the whole incident was, how do you have 3,400 students at a school and you don't have no nurse, or you don't have no assistant nurse? That's a violation of labor laws. But we had 2 drunks. Ted Lawrence is now principal at Oxnard High School. Ray Gonzalez is at a position over at Oxnard Union High School District.
I'm sorry, Jeanette, you're out of time, but if you wouldn't mind leaving your contact information with our clerk,
I'd like to continue for next time.
We'll get back with you on some of these issues.
There's a lot more issues trailing, and I will be here for the next, when's the next,
Council meeting in 2 weeks.
March 3rd? I will be here
Okay.
to
thanks.
continue with this matter. Thank you again.
Thanks, Jeanette.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Mayor and council members, we do have a few virtual speakers.
Okay.
Virtual speaker, please press *6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes starting now.
Good evening. My name is Curtis. I am Eric Andrus' roommate, and I want to give you my perspective on what he said. I am not anti-dog. You would be hard-pressed to find a person who loves dogs more than I do, or who bonds with them more deeply than I do. I would even love the opportunity to play with the dog in question. He is adorable. First, let me say we are not complaining about random 10-minute bursts of righteous indignation because a squirrel had the audacity to invade the dog's territory. This is about hours of sustained barking, sometimes 5 or 6 hours at a time, which has been documented with videos and submitted to the police and animal control multiple times. Secondly, I am an Army veteran with social anxiety and complex PTSD. Prolonged abrasive noise is not an inconvenience for me. It is a severe trigger. I have to leave my house regularly because of the incessant barking. Sitting in my car in solitude is preferable to enduring the constant barrage of noise. I should not have to leave the safety and comfort of my home because the police department has refused to enforce the City of Oxnard's noise ordinance. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson, for calling in. Madam Clerk, we'll go to the next caller.
Virtual speaker, please press *6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes starting now.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please start.
Oh, good evening, everyone. I'd like to talk to you all about the homeless issue in Oxnard, and I really appreciate that resident coming forward and sharing some of the concerns that he's had. Actually, during my campaign, when I ran for city council in 2022, I was made aware of that encampment over there on 5th Street. And so from those folks on the shores, they had some legitimate concerns about fire, about trash, about porch theft, and a number of issues. So my response to that was to go over to the encampment and talk to those folks and share with them the concerns of the residents in that area that were being affected by some of, the negative behavior and things that were going on at that encampment. And what we did is I worked with those people to clean that encampment up. We took out a large 40-yard container worth of derelict vehicles, trash, junk, and I got the homeless to clean it up. But those issues are still valid and persistent. And what happens with the homeless is they get vilified for a lot of things that sometimes they do, sometimes they don't do. But I think the residents, business owners have a right to live peacefully and safely. But the homeless also are human beings. And I think they need to be treated with dignity. I think we need to try to work with those folks to make the best of some bad situations. And I think Oxnard's failed miserably because, unfortunately, what Oxnard does, and many cities do, Oxnard's not alone, is they put all their eggs in one basket. And what I call the homeless industrial complex. We spend almost $50 million renovating a building, providing emergency shelter and 55 permanent units for the Casa Carmen over on B Street and A. And what we fail to do is to really come up with a strategy that deals with homelessness in a more comprehensive manner. And we leave a lot of people out in the cold. There's a homeless encampment that was just cleared out on 5th Street, just south of the transit center. It was done professionally by our police. I appreciate the work they did. But those folks just go somewhere else. They need a place to go. They need a cost-effective emergency shelter. They need transitional housing and ultimately permanent housing. And I think Oxnard needs to really take a look at how we're dealing with homelessness and allocating funds to deal with the issue. And I don't think we're doing a very good job. I've been a homeless advocate for 30 years, and I know a little bit about homelessness. I was homeless runaway at 16 myself, so I have a very personal issue for me. So I think we can do better. I think we can address the concerns of residents. I think we can work with homeless people, those that are willing to work with us and to try to change their lives around, become productive members
Thank you,
of
Mr.
society.
Portillo.
I think we can do better. Thank you. Thank you.
Appreciate the phone call, Mr. Portillo. Thank you. Madam Clerk, we'll go to the next virtual caller.
Mayor and council members, that actually concludes our speakers in person and virtually for items not on the agenda. Thank you.
What's that, Eric? Was somebody else on the? If there's somebody calling, you can just press star 9 to raise your hand if you want to be called.
Star 6.
Again, if someone's on hold, just press star 9 to raise your hand and our clerk will call upon you. We'll just wait a few seconds.
It's my neighbor that filed the other complaint.
Madam Clerk, if you don't see any,
Doing star 9. Star 9 or star 6?
it's star 9.
Mayor and council members, they're on. Whoops. Sorry, they disconnected.
Okay. Thanks, Madam Clerk. If there are no further speakers, we'll move to the next item on the agenda. This is item H, report of the city manager. Mr. Nguyen, go ahead with your report.
Thank you. It'll be brief. Before Diego brings up the slide, I just want to notice Mr. Pinedo, Dan, I caught you blinking while you were taking the photos tonight. I caught you blinking while you were taking the photos tonight. I also have to recall earlier the resolution commemorating Len Shulman's service at his last neighborhood council meeting. He had told me before the meeting to come dressed like him because he convinced the entire neighborhood to do so. And most of you who knew Len would remember that he loved to, his Western wear, his cowboy boots, his Western shirts and jackets, and his cowboy hat. So I came dressed like him to that meeting, and it was a prank. No one else did. But that was a fun meeting. Okay, so today is Lunar New Year. Different communities and different cultures around the world have different dates for New Year. So there are several throughout the year. This one is celebrated by many, many, many people across the globe, and certainly also up and down the Americas. So there's been a lot of quoting of Mark Twain, both last year and this year, about how history may not repeat itself, but it rhymes, I think is the essence of that quote. So I want to share this. Take a good look at this. This is from the late 1800s. Anyone who studied history would recall there was a period that we legally, formally had the Chinese Exclusion Act. So what's really interesting about this is actually not government propaganda. This is corporate advertisement. And it is the company that just come up with some new cleaning, some sort of detergent, I suppose, to do your laundry. So it just, of course, it plays on the Chinese laundry. But this was very, very popular during that era. Now, we're not the only country in the Americas with large Asian communities. Like I said, throughout the Americas, there are various Asian communities, and there's no better celebration of that than this. Take a good look at this. This is Don Julio. This is considered a rather tasty tequila. But look at the bottle they issued this year. Pretty good stuff, looks like. All I would say is consume it responsibly. Best of you share it. And then finally, I know Lunar New Year is often known as Chinese New Year, but I just want to tell you the best thing to eat during Chinese New Year is Vietnamese food. Just ask this guy, remember him? So there you go. It's the year of the horse. Happy New Year. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Alex. And before we go to report from city council members, Madam Clerk informed me we have the virtual caller joining us now. We had some technical issues, but if it's okay, I'll call upon now to provide her comments.
Mayor and council members, that virtual speaker has disconnected, so they're no longer online.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll now go to the next item on the agenda. This is item I. This is the City Council Housing Authority committee reports. And if it's okay, Councilwoman Perez, we'll start with you.
Thank you.
Mr. Andrade, do you have anything? I'm sorry. Do you have anything? Any comments? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Andrade. Thank you. Go ahead, Councilwoman.
Thank you. Just wanted to share, I wanted to thank our staff who went out and led the Carty Park cleanup. I know that there's been many developments that have happened since last year. One of the biggest accomplishments that I wanted to kind of set the tone with was ensuring that all parks in District 6 have mobile libraries. So Carty Park is one of them. They also have a new playground, so I'm hoping the community is enjoying that, and really again wanted to thank the team out there who showed up, all of the volunteers who went out to that cleanup. As a part of my report, I also wanted to share that myself and several of my colleagues here on the dais attended the Oxnard School District Roundtable discussion, and really wanted to just thank all of the individuals who put that event on and for the invitation and tours that were provided that day. A couple of other updates. On Thursday, February 26th at 5 p.m., located at the South Oxnard Center, there'll be the South Oxnard Connect opportunity. This is really an opportunity to come share feedback about the initiative on the South Oxnard Connect project. On Saturday, February 28th from 3 to 5 at Haycox Elementary School, we will also be holding a Southwinds Park Community Workshop, another opportunity to just give input, share any feedback regarding some of the improvements that'll be coming to that park. I also wanted to share that this week, our local workers, the Teamsters 2010 strike is happening. I believe it started today and it'll continue throughout the week. And that is taking place at CSUCI. So definitely want to ensure that as we see community right now, there's definitely calls throughout the country for a variety of different non-cooperation efforts. And so I know that there are many other entities and organizations that are currently on strike and just wanted the public to be aware of that. Again, as a part of my commitment to communicate and ensure that community members know who their representative is in District 6, I'll be meeting with Sunkist Elementary staff next week and really looking forward to continuing my tour at the various schools in the area. As I mentioned, that is the first point of contact where families are often, and so wanting to just ensure that we are bridging what's happening here at City Hall with what is impacting our communities throughout the city. And so that is my report, and back to you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilwoman Perez. Councilmember Perillo?
It's terrific to see the young individuals receiving the awards for their athletic achievements. And they'll make memories that'll last them the rest of their lives. Hopefully they stay in touch with each other, but they've made memories for the rest of their lives. They may not understand it right now. I would hope that the young lady that spoke with respect to her concerns about the high school and something that happened at the high school, I hope that she takes that to the high school district and the Ventura County Board of Education and submits a letter to this council, to the city clerk, so that all council members can see what her concerns are. I don't know if they're fact or fiction, I don't know, but they sound very serious, and for the person to take the time and the opportunity and put themselves out to share that with the public, I consider that significant. I want to correct a statement from one of the public members that spoke with respect to the cleanup of a homeless encampment at along the railroad tracks. The railroad company was heavily involved in that. It wasn't just Oxnard Police Department. It was a mutual effort, a very successful one. And that's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Perillo. Mayor Pro Tem Schwan?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to our public speakers for this evening, and also a special thanks to our Pacifica teammates or team members and everyone who helped support them in their effort. And I appreciate Ms. Shulman coming out. As was mentioned by a number of other people and by the resolution itself, Len Shulman dedicated quite a bit to the city. While this resolution was specific to Measure O, as was mentioned, he served over 2 decades as neighborhood council chair for the Carriage Square Neighborhood Council. He served longer as chair than at that point when he stepped down than I had in my entire career. And so he had volunteered more time than I had spent getting paid to do things. And I just appreciate all of his work and Alfie's work and all of the people who were around them for what they did for this city. So I appreciate the council supporting a resolution to recognize that formally. Just a couple quick announcements here. River Park Neighborhood Council held their meeting last week, as did Carriage Square Neighborhood Council. And I want to give thanks to all the staff who attended those 2 meetings to provide the information for those folks. For Carriage Square, I believe Alfie had mentioned that they have essentially landed on the design and next steps for their replacement playground. And so for Eastwood Park, I hope folks will follow along as time goes, or as steps go forward with those, as well as a few other parks throughout the city, which I think would bring us to, I want to say it's 18 parks when it's all said and done after this round of parks, as Mr. Howlett had mentioned, and with playgrounds that have been replaced. And Eastwood Park will have some really great amenities, including a number of inclusive features. And I just really thank our park staff and the community members who gave their input for that. Sarah Linda will be meeting next week for their neighborhood council, 7 p.m. at Sarah Linda's school. For my own meetings, I met with the Youth Right to Rise youth group, a group that's been convened and overseen by Vanessa Frank, a local attorney. And they shared their thoughts and concerns about community issues and community impacts from federal actions, including immigration enforcement. And I appreciated the opportunity to sit down with them and have an organic discussion with them about it. And then along with Councilmember Perillo and Councilwoman Bettis, I also attended, and the mayor, I attended the Oxnard School District event last Friday. Thank you to Dr. DeGenna and all of her team for putting that together. There were a number of school board trustees there from the high school district and from Oxnard School District. There was members of the Hueneme City Council there as well, and and a number of community leaders and engaged community folks and some students as well who gave us a nice tour of the new Rose Avenue School. And so thank you to all of them for convening that. And I just have one quick request here. This is something that was sent forward to us by the Parks, Recreation, Community Services Commission. They had mentioned they had vetted a memorial program for memorial benches or memorial trees in our public parks. I would like to ask for staff to look at what the recommendation and work was done by the commission and bring that forward to committee, and then if the committee agrees, ultimately council for consideration. And those are my comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Move to Councilwoman Basua. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to make a public announcement. The Oxnard Friends of the Library, whose mission is to support the Oxnard Public Library by raising funds to benefit the library and its patrons and to increase community awareness of the library. I'm reading straight from their website. Is looking for volunteers to assist in the gift shop. So if anybody is interested in volunteering, it's a great group to volunteer with if you have time. The gift shop is only open when the volunteers are available. So if anybody's interested, you can call 805-385-7506. And also, in case of some of you that may not know, you can also have an annual membership. So please look on their website, and there's different levels that you can become a member. And if anybody wants to be able to support the Oxnard Public Library, that's a really good way to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Basua. Councilmember Starr?
Yes, I attended the Rose Park Neighborhood Council meeting. I had a really great presentation by Commander Serrato. We had an actual rare circumstance where there was no crime to report in Rose Park, and I give credit to the neighborhood residents there who are just being so vigilant and having a good relationship with law enforcement, and I hope that we continue to see that that lack of crime continue. I will be attending the West Village Neighborhood Council meeting tomorrow at the R.J. Frank Middle School, and I will also be attending the La Colonia Council meeting on Saturday, which has been moved from the community garden. I think it's now in the Las Cortez room at 1200 Felix Court. Regarding constituent services, I had Daniel Alvarez, who's the chair of La Colonia, called me, reached out to me. He's requesting information about Quimby funds for the La Colonia neighborhood, and my understanding is that Steve Howlett is addressing those questions so he can get an understanding of what's possible and where it's at. I had a correspondence with a Mr. Peterson who's asking about the speed hump situation on Harbor Boulevard. I think it's one of the situations where part of the street is county-owned and part of it's city-owned, and there's an issue with trying to put in speed humps there, so I'm not really quite clear what challenges there are, but I know the Public Works Director will be responding to that. And then I had a gentleman, Mr. Cortez, who was in the Rose Park neighborhood. He was not really happy with the repavement job that was done by one of our contractors, and apparently his father worked in asphalt construction for about 25 years and is very familiar with it. He thought that what we were doing was substandard. What I'm hearing from Public Works, of course, is that we have different levels of service that we do depending on how bad the condition of the road is at the time. It might be just a slurry seal or something more intense. And I guess what I get out of that is that it's not always clear to the public the level of service that we're providing and so I think sometimes expectations are not met. And I'm wondering if we can do a better job of letting folks know that when we do go in and fix the asphalt, that sometimes it's just a temporary fix and it's intended to be. I had a gentleman by Mr. Yeomans he's requesting that the city of Oxnard restore the unencrypted access to the primary police dispatch communications, or at a minimum provide a publicly accessible version. Perhaps this can be done with a delayed feed. I know that the police chief is looking into this and seeing how we can best create transparency without compromising officer safety, of course. And I guess the last thing I'll bring up is, I guess I keep hearing about the dog issues here. I've personally went to Mr. Andrews' house and observed it. There's no question this dog is incessantly barking. They've got multiple complaints from more than one household. It sounds like the neighbor was trying to complain on the phone but wasn't able to get through. It just feels like we're going out of our way not to help a member of this community that's having a problem when we have a process that should be enforced. And I don't know if there's ever even been an incident, a dog barking incident, which has resulted in a hearing, which is what's required under our code. For all I know, I don't know if that's ever happened in recent decades. So I'm really hoping that somebody on staff will just be a little bit proactive and try to work with Mr. Andrews. He is a member of the community, whether you like a person or not. In the case of a city, you can't choose your customers because your customers are everybody. So we really have a duty to protect our residents from harm, whether you like the person or not. So those are all my comments today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilwoman?
Yes. I think the one thing I really want to focus on today was updates on the Gold Coast. So as part of the Gold Coast Transit District, I'm one of the directors representing Oxnard, and there's some proposed changes to some of the routes in our bus system. So the goal is to be more efficient, so faster travel times, later and more frequent services, and then time transfers so that there's more connection from one side of town to the other side of town and to other neighboring cities. So there's currently proposed changes to routes 1, 10, 6, and 11. And basically, there's a listening campaign right now for feedback. So we invite folks to come to the South Oxnard Library on March 5th between 4 to 6 p.m. to share your feedback. Basically, sometimes our efforts are to have faster travel times, but it might have lateral effects that maybe we're not considering. So we really want to hear from users and from other community stakeholders about the realignment. So potentially, Route 1 would be realigned, and it would cut 15 minutes of travel time. We just want to hear back from folks that those routes might impact. Route 10 is trying to realign to connect to Route 11, so on and so forth. So please save the date. Oxnard South Library, March 5th, 2026, from 4 to 6, but also at Port Hueneme City Hall, they're going to be doing the same town hall format on March 11th, 2026, and there's others in the community just to hear about these changes in our bus services. So I encourage folks to share your thoughts, the good, the bad, and the ugly. I know I've had 2 college students already talk to me about how this might impact them. So please show up and share any thoughts and concerns. And I also had my office hours last Saturday. Oh gosh, I think it was the 7th. And there is an item on the agenda, so I don't want to cross over, but I'm definitely, I just wanted to share some feedback on an incident that happened at the library and just safety concerns. So I know there's an item, and I'll probably bring that information at the time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilwoman Rodriguez. We'll go back to you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor, for the extra quick minute here. This is what happens when I don't put things in my notes. I don't say them. I want to first let the public know, especially if you live in Landscape Maintenance District 43, LMD 43, which is bordered by Williams Drive to, I should have memorized this. What's over Williams Drive, Cesar Chavez Drive in Wankel, and a number of apartments there and single-family homes. And members of the community volunteered to go with me and door knock and drop off flyers throughout the LMD to let them know about a meeting that'll be on February the 25th, 6:30 p.m. at Rio Rosales School. And that, for those who saw the previous episodes of the City Council, that was an item where they will be discussing the potential for an overlay or what the residents think about the replacement of the lighting along the walkway, that green belt that goes throughout the neighborhood. And I want to personally thank the residents who volunteered to help deliver flyers. And it's Alexis Schmidt, who's the neighborhood council chair, and Heather Schmidt, who's overseeing the Neighborhood Watch program, and then her volunteers who helped her, Joe Garcia, and the HOA president, Mr. Barton Perez. And without them, would have taken a lot longer to do that, but we got most of it done, and we'll get the rest of it done by the end of this weekend, I believe. And just really appreciate their work on that. The intention really is to get the information in front of folks so that they can hear it out, ask any questions they have of staff, and we can see what they would like to do moving forward. So thank you for the extra time on that, Mayor.
Absolutely, thank you for that information, Mayor Pro Tem. And I'll just wrap up with some of the things that I've done. As many of you know, for me, strengthening community ties is extremely important. I met with Líderes Campesinas, and their group dates back to 1988 when a group of women got together to advocate for farm worker women who face violence not only on the work side but also at home, to bring awareness and resources. So I was glad to meet with them. I also did a ribbon cutting for the Santa Barbara Airbus that's making a stop here at the Holiday Inn. And just to give you the history with that, that came about back in May of last year, speaking with the GM over at Zachary Dunes. He mentioned just the significant amount of tourists that come into that hotel, but the need for an Airbus to be able to pick them up from LAX and take them to the resort. And so myself, Andy Conley from the West Ventura Business Alliance, as well as Brian Tucker from the Lodging Association and Brittany Hendricks from Visit Oxnard got together, and we met with the ownership of the Santa Barbara Airbus. Ultimately, they didn't see that to be a viable stop, but it did result in them investing and making a stop here at the Holiday Inn, so that in the north end. So that's going to be a tremendous benefit to our community and for tourism as well. Speaking of bringing in folks from out of town, also because of our relationship with the Dallas Cowboys, it facilitated a meeting last year with KC Current. This is the Kansas City Current pro women's team, their first division team that play in the MLS. I believe they have 2 or 3 World Cup contenders, players in that team as well. They're owned by the Mahomes family out of Kansas City. But we were able to negotiate with them. That conversation started last year. Again, with myself, Brian Tucker from the Lodging Association, Andy Conley, and Brittany. And we were able to secure them to come out. Alex helped us secure that contract. So they were here, they loved it. They, just speaking with the hotel management there, they spent a little over $200,000 just in lodging. But the shopping that they did at Sam's Club, Costco, to be able to fulfill their nutrition program for all the players, that's just a boost into our economy. And they also did a soccer camp for our youth in our city, which was a tremendous benefit. And having a follow-up conversation with them, they've tentatively agreed to come back for another 2, possibly 3 years. So that is great for our community. And that just showcases the workforce that we have here, how receptive we are, our climate, and how beautiful our city is. Having them here, they play friendly matches against Angel City, Denver, as well as next door in Ventura, the Ventura County Fusion team. The women's PDL team came out, and a result of them being here, KC Current contracted one of the players from here, from Oxnard, Ms. Bautista, to try out. But then Angel City wanted her too. So Angel City took her, and they took her to the Coachella Invitational Tournament. But that's because of opportunities that we created by bringing a pro team here to our city. We created an opportunity for Bautista to be seen, and now contracted with Angel City. Also wanted to share with you that I attended and supported the Santa Clara Elementary School fundraising event, as well as attending the Rotary Club. As the Mayor Pro Tem mentioned, the Oxnard School District event at Rose Avenue School. And all of these, and as well as I also attended an event with CRLA, attending these events and networking with key leaders in our city is important to me, because that's how you strengthen relationships, that's how you network, and that's how you get things done and projects to be realized. And just one last highlight, as some of you remember we talked about, and I think Sarah, you remember, we created a stakeholders meeting I started that last year. We're about now for about 40 participants, key members of our community participate in the stakeholders meeting to inform decisions about ICE activity in our city. The police chief is a member of that, Commander Serrato attends that, the fire chief attends it, Supervisor V&A, the superintendents from our school, clergy attends it, other nonprofits, 805 and DocuFund attends, MyCop, as well as others, to really engage and have robust conversations about what is occurring here and clarify activity when we see it to provide factual information, which then these key stakeholders can take back to their own groups and have deep conversations about that. Just want to highlight that that is being copied. I'm going to attend Moore Parks tomorrow. Moore Park is implementing a stakeholders meeting, and Thousand Oaks is looking to do the same thing. So I think we're modeling in our city what others are seeing as to be very important actions that we're taking. So just wanted to share that with the public. And with that, I'll wrap up. So thank you for your patience in hearing all of us out. We will now move to the next item on the agenda, and this is from the city clerk. The subject, appointment of a member to the Ventura County Continuum of Care Alliance Governance Board. The recommendation is that the mayor, with the approval of city council, appoint one member and one alternate member to the Ventura County Continuum of Care Governance Board. This item did not originate in committee. Luli Lopez, our city clerk, and Alex Wynn, our city manager, are here to answer any questions about this item. Before we get into council member discussions or comments, Madam Clerk, are there any speakers for this item?
Mayor and council members, we do not have any public speakers in person or virtually for this item. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now take any any council member comments, questions. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Looking at the staff report and talking with our staff, and I know you and I had a short conversation about it, I would be willing, if you're willing to appoint to do this role. Looking it over and seeing the work that I did do the due diligence of checking with the city attorney's office and with the staffing leads at the County of Ventura on this, and there would not be a conflict, as I have up here on the dais when I have to recuse with agreements of the County of Ventura. But if there were, they did say that there were a number of current board members and they have policy in place to allow them to recuse themselves if there is any type of conflict. So knowing that those bases are covered, I would be willing to serve if the mayor and the council would have me. So thank you.
Thank you. I'm willing to move the recommendation to appoint the Mayor Pro Tem with myself as an alternate, if that is supported. But we can open up for discussion. Yes, Councilman.
Just a question. Does any other council member want to take a shot at the position? I do not, but I want to make sure that everybody has a shot.
Correct.
If you do, you got to speak up.
Yeah. Councilwoman Perez, do you have a comment or anything?
No, I'll second the motion.
Thank you. Any comments? Any pros or cons? If not, Madam Clerk, call for the vote.
Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Aye.
Councilman Starr?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua?
Yes.
Councilmember Peralta? Yes. Councilwoman Bettis?
Yes.
Mayor MacArthur?
Yes.
And this motion carries 7-0 with the member being Mayor Pro Tem Teran. And the alternate would be the mayor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The next item on the agenda is the review of the info consent agenda. Do any council members have any consent agendas they wish to discuss or pull?
3, 4, 5, and 6.
Can't see it.
Thank you.
It is.
Mayor and council members, I do have some corrections on the minutes, if I can make that announcement.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, so these would be some corrections to the minutes for the February 3rd City Council meeting. So the bottom of page 71 of your agenda packet and the top of page 72. The recommendation should read, approve the proposed resolution establishing administrative regulations to implement the provisions of the rent stabilization ordinance regarding fair rate of return petition regulation and this is what was not, it was left out in the minutes, document for at least 6 months on how the process is working with a report back to City Council in Q2 of the next fiscal year. That would be, once again, on page 71 and page 72. One other change also on those minutes would be on page 73, item number N3. The motion is after further discussion, and this is what the minutes should reflect. Staff agreed to send annual notices 45 days ahead of residential testing deadlines.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Mayor, do you wish to pull these for later submittal, or do you want to change them on the fly?
No, we can, I think we can agree to change them with the corrections. I noticed, and correct me if I'm wrong, Councilmember Perello, you pulled items 3, so it's L3, L4, L5, and 6 for discussion. Is there a motion to approve the remaining, which is L1, 2, and 7, with the corrections, as Madam Clerk indicated, that were on page 71, 72, and 73, making those clarifications?
Do you want to take speakers first?
Yes. Madam Clerk, we just have one speaker, Ms. Parcell.
Yes, Mayor, that is correct.
Ms. Parcell, you want to speak on item L6?
My comment will be brief. On L6, I just wanted to request that when the list of city manager approved contracts comes to you on info consent like tonight, that it looks like it's only contracts between 100,000 and 200,000, and there are other contracts below 100,000 that are not listed, and contracts over 200,000 are listed on the website, and I see a category for 100 to 200,000 also on the website, but I don't see anywhere that the remaining contracts that are less than 100,000 get disclosed to the public in the way these other contracts are. So if we could add those, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Parcell.
Mayor,
Yes, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Were you going to speak to that? Or?
Yeah.
Okay, well, we pulled that item for discussion. So let me move to approve the balance of the info consent with the minutes as corrected by the clerk.
I'll second.
Okay. Madam Clerk, call for the vote.
Okay, this motion is going to be for City Council, and then we'll take a separate motion for the Housing Authority. Councilmember Starr?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua? Yes. Councilmember Perallo?
Yes.
Councilwoman Bettis?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor MacArthur?
Yes.
And this motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mayor, I'll move for the Housing Authority items.
I'll second that. If there are no speakers, Madam Clerk, call for the vote.
Mayor, we have a virtual speaker that just raised their hand. So
Okay.
Virtual speaker, please press *6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes starting now.
Good evening, Council. My name is Louise Ramirez. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes.
please.
Okay. I am Eric and Curtis's neighbor on G Street, and I also love dogs very much. I just lost my 13-year-old fur baby this last December. I am retired, so I'm home most of the day. The dog in question that we are complaining about just barks and barks continuously. I have to turn off my television and close my windows because of the barking that is so frustrating. I also, at times, remove my hearing aids because it just gets so annoying. I did email Mr. Furman Hernandez about this dog and the constant barking. He did respond back to me that he had addressed the issue. He might have spoke to them, I don't know. But that dog, it just continues. I don't know what needs to be done to just, stop, for the dog to stop. Is the dog sick, or anything? I don't know what the owners are thinking, that they think that, the neighbors aren't annoyed by it. So I just asked the council to please investigate why the situation has not been handled. It should have been a long time ago. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Louise, for calling in and forgive us for the technical issues we were having. We will now move to, Madam Clerk, are we taking a vote on L2?
Mayor, we're going to take roll call. We have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Teran and a second by you.
Yes.
For item L2 and L7 for the Oxnard Housing Authority.
Yes.
Commissioner Andrade? Thank you. Commissioner Basua? Yes. Commissioner Perallo? Yes. Commissioner Perez?
Yes.
Commissioner Rodriguez?
Aye.
Commissioner Starr?
Yes.
Vice Chair Teran?
Yes.
Mayor MacArthur?
Yes.
And this motion carries 8-0. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move to item L3. This item was pulled by Councilmember Perello. This was from the city clerk. Subject entails resolution commending Dietrich Frank. The recommended actions that the city council adopt a resolution commending Ms. Dietrich Frank for over 10 years of dedicated service to the Measure O Citizens Oversight Committee. This item did not originate in committee. And we'll go to you, Councilmember Perello.
If the council and the mayor will indulge, I would like to put 3 and 4 together. Basically, it's the same thing for Mr. Lopez earlier in the night and Mr. Shulman. These are people that are volunteering their time, non-compensated positions, multiple years. And I wish that the people that come to these meetings in packet, when there's an event for families and friends, would hang around to find out there's opportunities to get more involved in the city of Oxnard. Because as has been mentioned graciously by other council members, some individuals are stuck with these positions for decades. Mr. Shulman, the chair of the neighborhood over 20 years. That's a lot of responsibility, a lot of weekends, a lot of things he and his wife put up with to help that neighborhood. They did a great job, but a lot of times when they come to elections, and I've been in that spot, when they come to an election, is there anyone else that would like to run? Very similar to what I asked when we had a council member put his name up. Does anybody else want to take a shot at it? The answer will usually be the person doing the job is doing a good job, so just keep them going. There's an old phrase, you can work a horse till it's dead. You need to get more people involved, get some young people involved, not just young in age, but young at heart, because you can burn some people out. And with that, those are my comments on 3 and 4, combine them.
Thank you, Councilmember, and I'm prepared to move that. Item is recommended to adopt a resolution commending both Ms. Dietrich Frank and Mr. Joe Munoz.
I will second that.
Madam Clerk, are there any speakers for this item?
Mayor and council members, there are no virtual or in-person speakers for item L3 and L4. Thank you.
Call for the vote.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua? Yes. Councilmember Perallo?
Yes.
Councilwoman Perez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Aye.
Councilmember Starr?
Yes.
Mayor MacArthur?
Yes.
And this motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move to item L5 from the City Manager's Office, subject whistleblower policy revision. Recommendation that the City Council adopt a resolution updating the city's whistleblower policy to reflect current legislation. The Finance and Governance Committee approved this item 3-0 back on January 27th, 2026. And our Assistant City Manager, Eric Sansegar, is here to answer any questions we may have. We'll start with you, Councilmember Perlo.
Yes, if this would have been a normal situation, I would approve this on an info consent, no problem. But I did have the opportunity to watch that committee meeting live and go back and watch it a second time. There were certain things that really bothered me. When we have a member of the committee and no one else challenged, talking about they had one-on-one information from a person making a whistleblower complaint. Being the one council member that was instrumental in getting a whistleblower policy in the city of Oxnard quite a few years ago, the whole concept was confidentiality and the protection of the confidentiality to prevent the public from losing the presumption that it's confidential. But when we have discussions that a complaint had been made, then a follow-up had been made to a council member, and they were carrying it forward, the assumption is from the person watching it, myself in question, that the confidentiality is going out the window. I think that hurts the city of Oxnard, and I want to say that. I approve the recommendations on this item, but I wanted to say that. The purpose of the whistleblower policy is to protect the people that are aware of something going wrong. Very few times does it rise to the threshold where action is taken. A lot of the complaints are, shall we say, juvenile. But when there's a perception possibly that someone knows the inside information, where does that go? How does the person's confidentiality get protected? We hurt the system. I need to share that. And I'll make a motion to approve this item.
Thank you, Councilmember Perlo. Go ahead, Councilmember Starr.
Sure. So the only time confidentiality is broken is when it's done without the permission of the person who's complaining. And in this particular case, this person approached me and said, "What do I do?" I said, "Well, we have a whistleblower hotline, so why don't you use it?" And I was shown all the photographs and time date stamps, and looked pretty compelling to me. But in any event, it sounds like nothing's going to happen with that. So I guess we'll see. Maybe we'll have a report from the city manager at some point. I think he mentioned that he might want to bring something to council about that. But what's on the agenda today is simply just the adoption of the whistleblower policy revision and not the actual report itself that was presented to us. So I think perhaps it's out of line at this point to have a conversation about the contents of the whistleblower report when the only thing before us is a revision to the policy.
Any other, yeah, Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead.
I don't know if the member of the public requested that it be brought up at a public meeting, but I have to agree with Councilor Perlo that in watching it, putting myself in the shoes of either a staff person or a member of the public who wanted to report waste, fraud, or abuse, if I saw this being aired publicly, I think, well, wait a minute. This is supposed to be anonymous, supposed to be confidential. How is my report, the content of what I said, being now stated publicly and going back and forth? Will they figure out who I am? Will this affect me in some way? Will somebody retaliate against me? And so I think that's the principle behind this, is for everybody else in the public who is not privy to that private conversation between a council member and member of the public, if they don't know that it was asked that the council member look into this, that could be the perception. And again, I don't know if that request of that member of the public was, please air this out at the Finance and Governance Committee. I think that the public needs to see everything. So that was my take on it too. So I appreciate that that was brought up, so that way members of the public and staff know that there is absolutely confidentiality to this whistleblower program, and not everybody up here is going to, we don't actually review those, as it turns out. But if somebody brings it forward to me, something in confidence, you can count that I won't bring that up publicly where there's a chance that somebody could trace that back to you. So those are my comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Go ahead, Councilmember Starr.
I was given permission to bring that up. And if you look at the staff report, it says these complaints must remain confidential and the identity of the complainant may not be revealed without the permission of the complainant. Now, in this case, the complainant's identity wasn't even revealed.
They asked you to bring it up at a public meeting. That's an interesting request, but that's their request, as you're stating.
Basically, because the whistleblower report was not clear. It looked like it was a non-financial item. It looked like it didn't have anything to do with the city, and yet that turned out to be not the case. So you can do whatever you want with this, but I'm disturbed that a complaint is being made that suggests malfeasance and that there's little being done about it. And that, to me, is the bigger issue. But like I said, today all we're doing is we're just adopting the policy revision.
So, Mayor MacArthur, certainly a decision, but I mean, the same thing keeps getting said over and over again. So I don't know if this is the time that we need to discuss this item or what. This complaint was received. It was investigated. There were things said at the Finance Governance Committee. There appeared to be things said tonight that I don't believe are like factual. So I'm very confident in the findings of the whistleblower investigation. And we've spoken with the employee, and I don't believe that anything was done wrong. There were references at the Finance Governance Committee that one of our employees was taking a work vehicle from the workplace and spending hours at a time at their house. That was the quote. There's absolutely no evidence of that whatsoever. They keep referencing photographs. There were 3 photographs submitted from 2021 and 2022. Those are of no evidentiary value whatsoever in looking into an inquiry like this. So again, very uncomfortable discussing this. I believe in the whistleblower program. I believe in why we have the whistleblower program. And despite what was said on the dais tonight, this is not the purpose of the whistleblower program to be discussing it in a public meeting.
Thanks, Eric.
Councilmember Perlow motioned. I'll second.
Wonderful. Madam Clerk, I'll give an opportunity for the public to weigh in if there's a public speaker on this particular item. If not, call for the vote.
Mayor and council members, we don't have any additional speakers in person or virtually for this item. Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Aye.
Councilmember Starr?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua? Yes. Councilmember Perallo?
Yes.
Councilwoman Bettis?
Yes.
Mayor MacArthur?
Yes.
And this motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll move to item L6. Yeah. This is from the Finance Department. Subject entails monthly report and list of city manager approved contracts with accounting of all receipts, disbursements, and fund balances. The recommendations that the City Council, 1, receive and file the report and accounting of all receipts, disbursements, and fund balances for the month of December 2025. And 2, receive and file the list of city manager approved contracts for the month of December 2025. This item did not originate in committee. And I see that Javier Chagoyan Lázaro, our Chief Financial Officer, is here to answer any questions we may have. Are there any questions or comments from staff? Go ahead, Mr. Perlow.
I have a question, Mayor. I appreciate the report. In depth, I greatly appreciate it, but I have a question. On page 111, under all funds by nature, under the first bullet point, under all funds by nature, towards the top of the page, 111, it says the last line, include asset seizure funds received in the amount of $1.7 million. And I'm just curious, over, say, a 5-year period, is there an average amount of asset forfeiture funds that we receive? Was that high or low, or can we kind of like bank on we're going to get that much? Because I don't know that that'd be a good idea. That's my question.
Good evening, Javier Chagoyo Lázaro, Chief Financial Officer with the City of Oxnard. Thank you for the question. We will look back in 5 years, and this definitely is a one-off that has taken several years for the city to receive those funds. When we look, if we take this amount that we have received in early 2020 fiscal year 2026, if we look back the last 6 years, on average, the city has received a little bit more than $100,000 a year. So over 6 years, we receive much less than half of this amount. So this is a one-off.
Councilmember Perello, I'll just add a little more context. And speaking with Chief Benitez earlier today, I mean, this was just really an aberration in both Jason and my career. We'd never seen anything like this. This was from an investigation that started 6 or 7 years ago, so that's how long it took to work its way through the system. And I know Chief Benitez shares a sentiment. I don't suspect we'll ever see a seizure that high unless there's just some incredible outlier event. So it's a very rare occasion.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Perillo. Any other questions or comments? Mr. Chagoyan, are you able to address the speaker's comments? Ms. Parcell talked about L6 and requesting a line item for, Ms. Parcell, I think you said under $100,000 is not listed on there?
There's a report that's part of this agenda item of city manager approved contracts for the month. It's a listing, and she's asking if they could also include contracts under 100,000 as well.
Yeah, I can address that, man. We're gonna look into that. We've always had a link on our city finance website for contracts that were over 220,000. We listed it about 4 months ago. We added a link for the contracts that city manager signs that are 100,000 to 220, and we're gonna go back and look and see about the ones that are below 100,000. We'll figure something out.
Appreciate that, Mr. Sonsegar. Thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing there are no additional speakers on this item, what's the pleasure of council on this particular item? Well, this is
Mayor.
receipt and file.
Correct, but
But
we
we do
also,
have yeah. Let's go to the virtual speaker. I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, go ahead.
virtual speaker, please press *6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes starting now.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Oh, okay, good evening, everyone. One of the concerns that I have in these monthly financial reports is the fact that our elected city treasurer is still indicating that he is not getting the source documents needed to sign off on these financials, as it's state law that requires this elected city treasurer to sign off. And it's my understanding that our elected city treasurer is not willing to sign off on statements that he does not have the source documents that he can verify what he's signing off to. I mean, I don't think any one of us would want to blindly sign off on something that you don't have source documents and the needed data and information to sign off on. So I think that's really a concern for the city of Oxnard as a general law city to comply with state law and to have our elected city treasurer more involved in terms of access to information to actually sign off on. It's not just the chief financial officer, it's not just the finance department, but it's our elected city treasurer. And he continually indicates that he's not being given the data and information that would allow him to sign off on these statements and dollar amounts and this report. So, I'm hopeful that this will get resolved. Unfortunately, it's taken a long time in the court system, and it's still working its way through that because it seems as though the city just wants to kind of do it its own way again, and not what is required by law, not what is required by an actual judge's order. And so it's unfortunate that we find ourselves in this position once again. And I'm hopeful that that'll get resolved so we can have confidence in the financials for the city, because that's our money, that's the taxpayer money. And I think that we elected a city treasurer for a reason. The state has statutory law that concerns the role and duties of elected city treasurers. And I'm real hopeful that, Oxnard is going to realize that, you just can't make it up as you go along. You've got to abide by the law of the state, by the Superior Court of California. And hopefully our leadership team will start to recognize that those laws are there for a reason. They're needed and they're necessary. And the city needs to start abiding by those laws.
Thank you, Mr. Bertel. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Portillo, for your comments. Does that conclude the speakers, Madam Clerk?
Yes, that is correct, Mayor and council members. No additional speakers in person or virtually.
Go ahead, Councilman Pro.
I would like to address some of the comments that were just made.
Go ahead.
I do respect the voters when they vote someone into office one time or multiple times. But I do not respect the judgment when people publicly state, as was just stated, that the council and the management is doing something wrong. I'll give you examples of what I know is being done wrong by our elected city treasurer. He has contacted the Bank of America and tried to get Alicia Purcell appointed assistant city treasurer, the wife of sitting councilman Aaron Starr. Bank of America informed the city of Oxnard, and it was stopped. He is claiming that he's not able to interview every person that has been interviewed or applied for the assistant city treasurer's position. He is collecting full salary, six-figure salary, and as council, the entire council was aware, there was supposed to be an item tonight where the city treasurer would make a report on what he's doing. He decided not to do that, yet he still collects full salary. As one councilman of 7, I think there's something wrong with the city treasurer. I think there comes a time when the voters who put them in office, just like they put me in office, need to hold people accountable. When comments are made by people that adhere, I could say possibly even our apostles of the city treasurer, making the claims against the city of Oxnard without facts, it's a big deal. And it may be lonely being the one councilman saying something's wrong with that, but it's a place and a position somebody's got to say something. Because facts and evidence matter. And when people run things through the court system, as every person has a right to do, there comes a time when there's a reckoning. Unfortunately, this is continually going on. And we have people, as the previous speaker mentioned, that management is doing something wrong. I contend they are not doing something wrong. They're trying to protect the city's resources, and they're trying to protect the city of Oxnard residents and businesses.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any other comments? If not, this is only a receive and file item and no action is required. And at this time, Commissioner Andrade, you can be excused at this time. Thank you, Commissioner. He wants to stay? Okay. The next item on the agenda is item N1. This is from the Police Department. The subject entails the downtown security contract. The recommendation is that the City Council approve and authorize the mayor to execute an agreement with City Guard, Inc. for a term of up to 5 years for a total contract amount not to exceed $2,575,000 for security services in the downtown management district the Oxnard Public Library, the downtown parking structure, and the Oxnard Service Center. The Community Services, Public Safety, and Housing and Economic Development Committee approved this item 3-0 back on January 27th, 2026. Commander Serrato is here to answer any questions council may have of this item. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commander. I have a couple questions, but I'm wondering if we can get just a quick summary of the item in front of us, just for the benefit of the public.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members. I am Miguel Serrato, Commander with the Oxnard Police Department, currently overseeing patrol operations. So we've had security in the downtown area all the way back to 2005. In 2017, it was requested that we get security at the Service Center as well as the Oxnard Library. And now it's also being requested that we have 24/7 security at the parking structure due to all the vandalisms and trespassing and crimes that have happened at the parking structure. So we've had partnered with security companies for the last 20 years to help us with the downtown area.
Thank you. Any other questions, Mayor?
Yes, thank you. Just for this specific contract, a couple of quick questions on this. For the security personnel we're looking at, will this contract call for armed or unarmed security officers?
All 4 locations will have unarmed security officers.
Okay, thank you. And can you share a little bit with us about the vetting and the background checks that these security personnel will have from their respective company?
Yeah, they have full background checks, and we actually did a request for proposal back in July the 1st. We ended up getting 21 proposals. We had 4 different panel members, as well as myself, a commander, and a sergeant overseeing overseeing the process. This company has been around for over 18 years. They also have current contracts with other cities very similar to Oxnard. So besides the cost, we went with the experience, the evidence of good organizational and management practices, the ability to provide security personnel reliably, and they're also technology driven, and their quality of their presentation.
Okay, thank you. My last question is, for this specific contract, how are we going to monitor the performance management and the security quality control for this particular vendor if we're approved by council?
Like we're doing currently with the current security company, they are going to be overseen by our Central Business District Oxnard Police Department police officers. So they oversee everything that they're doing. This new company is going to provide us with daily logs, weekly logs, and monthly logs. They're also going to have their own supervisor, and we're all going to work together in order to have a better quality of life in the downtown area.
Okay, and do they use GPS in their vehicles, and they probably have to do regular check-ins at specific checkpoints, I'm imagining?
Yeah, that was one of their technology. They actually do have GPS where we can monitor wherever the security officer is at. And they're also going to be issued body-worn camera footage. That way they have video surveillance where they can capture contacts with our public, as well as document any crimes that occur that we can use as evidence.
Okay, thank you. And sorry, one last question. It was mentioned at committee about face masks being worn by the personnel. Is that something that we can include in this contract as well?
Yes, that was actually already included.
Okay.
So it was mentioned during committee. And the very next day I contacted the president. Of course, there was no issue with the face masks. And it has been added to our agreement where they will not be wearing any face masks.
Okay. Thank you very much, Commander. Thank you, Mayor. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Any other questions or comments, Councilwoman Rodriguez, go ahead.
Yes, this is the item that I didn't want to overlap with my report. I was at my office hours on Saturday, the 7th, and there was an incident in which there was a security guard witnessing, but I did not see de-escalation tactics. I know 911 was called, but it was a patron of the library who was intervening, trying to like stop somebody with, a skateboard. The altercation began before I walked in in that specific area by the steps. But I'm in full support of having more presence. My question is really about the de-escalation tactics, or what are the security officers allowed to do or not to do? Because many of the times things are happening so quickly, and just reporting out that the incident happened, I'm concerned it's not enough. Can you speak to that?
Yes, that's another reason why we went with this company. Yes, they are there to observe and report. They are there for their presence. And now with their digital recordings, they're also there for that. They do come with training, which includes de-escalation. So we're going to expect them to at least try to defuse what's going on. And they're going to have direct contact with our police officers. That way we get a more rapid and better response. And as a matter of fact, if it passes, City Guard Incorporated will be visiting us in the next couple of days, in a couple of days, where we're going to take them to each location. That way we have the right officer personnel in each of these locations. That way we're more successful.
And I know it's hard to gauge, but what would be an estimated response time? Because I know a police station is pretty close to the areas we're discussing. And I know if there's a homicide across town, I wouldn't expect folks to drop what they're doing. However, any feedback on that?
They're going to have direct lines to our officers who are currently working the Central Business District. They're going to have direct lines to the sergeant that's supervising not only the Central Business District, but he also supervises the homeless liaison officers. So we're hoping that the response is going to be a lot quicker since, yes, they can call 911, and yes, they can call our non-emergency number, but they will also have direct contact with our police officers.
And that's a different practice that what currently happens right now.
We hopefully have the same practice right now. Okay. But again, with this security company, we're hoping, based on their experience with the technology that they bring, that we're going to get better results.
Okay, well, I appreciate it. I am in support of the proposal. However, I'm very concerned just about and I get it. We are a public space where anybody's welcome to the library. I just am concerned about the safety and wellness, especially when there's kids around and somebody's swinging a weapon, which was a skateboard in this situation. So thank you for your attention to that, and I look forward to seeing progress with that. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Commander. Any other questions or comments? Go ahead, Councilmember.
Yeah, I'm in favor of this proposal. I'm happy that we're going to be patrolling the parking structure now. And my understanding, of course, is that from reading here, it's a request by Public Works. I think people need to understand just how much damage is being done to that parking structure, especially the elevators. We have homeless folks that will camp out on some of the upper floors. I've actually observed it, and they just completely ruin the elevators. They defoul them. It's just really pretty awful. I don't know if you can answer the question, maybe our Public Works Director can on this one, but can you just give us an idea of the magnitude of just the damage that's been done because of the lack of patrolling, and how this will help reduce that?
Evening, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, Michael Wolf, Public Works Director. I don't remember the amount. We have keeping track of it, and it's a significant amount. In fact, when Public Works submitted the request for funding, it was easily better to spend that money on security than it was going forward with the amount of vandalism that we see in the parking structure and specifically the elevators, but not the elevators, the lights, the graffiti, the things like that. And also, we have to address the bio waste that occurs in there on a routine basis. So when you look at kind of a, for lack of a better term, return on investment, it was easily in favor of the security costs.
I think I'd like my colleagues to think about it in this respect. Even though the $213,000 portion of the annual cost of $213,000 just for the parking structure, given the damage that's being done and the cost to the city, really the marginal cost is much less than that. And it could possibly be the case that the cost of the damage that's being done actually exceeds even the annual cost for the patrol. So I think this is a good move by staff to have recommended this. And so I'm very much in favor of this.
Thank you, Councilmember. Go ahead, Mr. Parlo.
I have a question. Appreciate the report. I support this, but I have a question with respect to Councilmember Rodriguez's thing. Individual, if I have gathered correctly, individual skateboard potentially is a potential weapon. Yeah. How does the security unarmed protect themselves? And I'm aware that people can pull a knife extremely quick and it can be a real bad. How do we get the feeling that we're not putting a security person in a spot where he can't even protect himself? I'm just curious.
Yeah, some of the security guards will have less lethal options such as a PR-24, a baton. It does take a lot of training in order to have these less lethal options. We rely a lot on the command presence of them actually being there, on them actually recording what's going on, and the partnerships that they're going to form with us. And hopefully we can assist them with better response times. It's a difficult thing, and even when we talk about armed security guards, yeah, they might have an exposed firearms permit, but the training at times is just not there. So it's one of those where we have to weigh, but we're really relying on forming good partnerships and then improving, of course, our response times in order to be there before it even occurs.
You mentioned a certain number or something. Is it like a taser that they would have or something to keep them at further than arm's reach?
Well, they can carry pepper sprays or a baton. Some of them could have tasers, but I believe the majority of them have a baton and or pepper spray.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Perrello. Commander, we do have a couple public speakers. What did I miss? Oh, I'm sorry. Eric, did you want to say something before we go to the
Well, I was going to say it at the end, but could we acknowledge that he used to be 4 years old running around a mobile home park in South Oxnard, and now he's a commander for the city of Oxnard Police Department. I think it's pretty cool. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. So carry on.
We'll go to a virtual caller, then we'll go to you, Pastor Runyon, after that.
Virtual speaker, please press *6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes starting now.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Vanessa Valdez, a Latina lawyer from Oxnard, and I'm speaking today as a community member in Oxnard who is deeply concerned about this proposed $2.6 million for downtown security services. I haven't had time to really analyze it and really apply critical thinking and be able to propose questions. So I would request that this be set for perhaps the next meeting when the community also has more input. Last year, you approved over $5 million for policing with no meaningful safeguards and in direct opposition to what this community asked for. And now you're asking for more without accountability, without transparency, and without listening. We don't need more cops downtown, especially when they are not responding when we actually call them. During the ICE raid on A Street in Oxnard last year, I personally called the police to help keep the peace, and they refused to come. They didn't show up for our community when we needed them. At the last Immigration Task Force meeting, I asked the chief a direct question. I was interrupted by one of the members there, and he was not allowed to respond. That is not transparency. That is silencing. Before you give the police more money, we need answers. What is happening with the drones you were supposed to purchase? What data is being collected? Who has access to it? How is it being stored? How is it being used? Our community does not need more surveillance. We need trust, and right now there is none. Why is this happening now in this political climate when immigrant families are already living in fear? This funding does not help our community feel safer. It makes people feel watched, targeted, and, well, just isolate further. Our democracy is weakening, and you continue to act as if nothing is happening. You dismiss us when we say ICE is terrorizing our neighborhood. It's not a secret that ICE has violated constitutional rights. When that happens, the police chief has a duty to protect the community first. That includes holding federal agents accountable when state laws are broken. That means arresting them, processing them, so we can identify and hold them accountable later. Instead of funding more enforcement, you should be investing in housing, mental health, youth programs, worker rights, and legal support. We don't need more security. We need officers who will answer our calls. We need leadership that listens. We need investment in people, not punishment. Stop funding harm and start funding community. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Valdez, for calling in. We'll now go to Pastor Greg Runyon.
Mayor, Council, security guards are interesting because Commander Serrato, I came in today and I took a little slip and fall. I'm not getting ready to sue the city, so don't get freaked out. Yeah, well, I'm not going to do as bad as you did with the football team, though. Don't worry, it's okay. All you had to say is we appreciate your passion and pride. The third time's a charm. That's all you had to say. So next time, all right?
Don't laugh too hard there.
Yeah, no, that's all right. You guys did good. It's all right. We had fun. But Commander Serrato came as soon as I fell. There were people right there to make sure I was okay, and I'm fine. The idea about observation is good. The idea about having more eyes is good. But I get costs and everything else. But let me put it to you a different way. We're protecting people, not property. And so you tell me what a person's worth. And I really appreciate some things people say, and then some things kind of light me up a little bit. People keep talking about community, but it's always their community, not our community. And the thing is that no matter your skin color, no matter your age, no matter your gender, when someone's swinging a skateboard, somebody could get hurt. When somebody's throwing a rock, somebody can get hurt. When somebody's using pepper gas and things, somebody can get hurt. But we can't always ask the police to do everything. So hiring security guards to be an extra eye is important. Having people there that are able to administer first aid is important. Those are the things we ought to be talking about, because this is about the cost of people. Our parking structures are getting vandalized and hurt by people who don't have hope. Security guards aren't going to save that. They can help. Our job is to try to help people. So I don't know that you can put a price on people. And I appreciate what law enforcement does, because more than ever, we're asking them not just to carry a gun, we're asking them to carry a heart. They have to have more compassion than they ever have. They've had to learn a different way to do their job. And we're asking them to do more and more every day. So this is going to help our community. It's not helping them. It's helping us by helping them to help us. So thank you.
Thank you, Pastor Runyon. Mr. Magana, Mabel? And then we'll go to you, Sarah, after that.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council and staff. My name is Abel Magana. I am the executive director for the Downtown Oxnard Improvement Association. and one of your principal partners in this, in the downtown in terms of keeping it clean and safe. In fact, it's roughly about 60% of our budget goes towards that effort, and it's a holistic approach. We do have a team of cleaning ambassadors who also contribute to the security. You know, looking at a place that, the broken window theory. Take care of it, clean it up, as quickly as possible, so that you don't leave blight and encourage more property crimes. And then with relative to the security, we've had 3 security companies in the history of the property-based improvement district here. That's over 20 years, really. So this is a pretty significant change here. We looked at it in terms of evolving with the district. It's a lot more safer than it's been just a few short years ago. I mean, from the decisions that were made at the federal and the level to address the homeless issues and our own local initiatives here in terms of setting up the Casa de Carmen and all that. But there's still a lot that goes on that, we hear of directly in our office. I get the calls personally on my cell phone, and we relay them to our security team, and they're very efficient at getting to respond to the calls very quickly, a lot faster. Our officers are dealing with some other bigger issues, and so we fully support it, and I hear the support amongst all of you. So really, I'm here mainly to say thank you. Thank you for continuing to make this investment in Cleveland, because it never ends. You still got to continue to work at this part of the foundation of making a vibrant downtown, make it clean and safe first. And then, we'll make it fun with things like with the cultural district and activities and programming and events like that. But that's only possible when we have this foundation. And I do appreciate the very comprehensive approach to it in terms of we're taking care of the parking structure. That frees up our officers from their base camp to the other officers to be able to patrol the area more efficiently. And I did want to add also to the district is also making an additional investment that we are proposing this Thursday at our board meeting to secure further with security cameras throughout the district, probably strategically in areas where we know of a great degree of property issues primarily. And stuff. So make our officers more efficient, support them, also support both police sworn officers and our security guards. So we're very happy with this selection. Thank you.
Thank you, Abel. Thank you very much. Sarah?
Hi. I wanted to say first, thank you for ensuring that they will not be wearing masks. Yeah. That is, I appreciate you guys going and thinking of that in advance. I did have a couple questions that I don't think have been addressed yet. One is, I would love to hear more about the training that the security guards receive. I would love to and hear more about the transparency and oversight that will be taking place for the security guards, and what kind of investigation will happen if there is an incident. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Commander, are you able to address some of those questions that Sarah just posed?
Yeah, I don't have anybody from City Guard Incorporated here at this time. I'd rather get back to you guys regarding that. I do know that it's a good security company. They do come with a lot of training. If they have less lethal options, they're trained with that. But other than that, I would rather have them talk about the type of training that they actually come with.
Thank you. Maybe we can put that for a future agenda where you can come back and just provide to address Sarah's questions about the background. I'm sorry, not the background, but specifically the training that they undergo, and who or how many carry what equipment with them, and also regarding the checks and balances and spot checks and for accountability and what that process looks like. Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Along those lines, Commander, and I'll open it to anyone who might have this information. When it comes to being a security guard in the state of California, I believe there's a certain standard that they have to meet, right? I believe it's a guard card or something along those lines. Do we have any initial information on what that standard is for attaining that level of certification or training to be a security guard in California? Because I'd imagine this company comes with that as the foundation, and then they build upon that and the things that Councilwoman Rodriguez and our speaker have mentioned. Is that correct?
Yeah, so all the officers undergo a comprehensive vetting process prior to hire, and this is coming from the company. This includes a TransUnion TLO background check, verification of guard card and licensing status, employment verification, and professional reference checks. The company also confirms full compliance with all applicable state requirements before assigning any officer to a post. Their team will be that team will be visiting us next week. But that's just some of their background that they go through.
Okay. And along those lines too, I know that when I had questions about this prior, something I had brought up about the library was in the personnel that is identified to be the kind of lead for the library, that they be similar to what Councilwoman Rodriguez mentioned, someone who is well attuned to dealing with members of the public, possibly individuals who may be challenging to work with, or maybe at the library and maybe are in a position where they may be asked to leave, but if there's a way to de-escalate that. So looking for individuals within this security contract who specifically hold that capacity of being able to de-escalate situations, work well with individuals, especially work well with members of the public and possibly differing ages who may be at the library. So I know that's a part of the conversation we had as well, correct?
That's correct. And that's also part of our visit when they come in on Thursday, is putting the right security officer at the right place. And we specifically picked also the library just because we have families that go there, we have children that go there, and of course we want to put the right security officer there.
Okay, and the last thing to follow up on Sarah's comment here is when an incident does occur, what is the follow-up from the police department in assessing or evaluating those incidents?
Well, we have the follow-up, of course, if there's a crime. I think now with them coming with BWC footage, which video surveillance, it'll help us with our investigation. Anything that occurs within their areas, they will be reporting all the information directly to us, and then if needed, we would respond and then take further action.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem. Councilwoman?
No, I really appreciate the in-depth conversation. Specifically, there's a lot of issues that folks walking through a public space can be dealing with, mental health, drugs and other factors. I'm also thinking about the staff that, get to work there, and they should not feel like they're in harm's way. And I think that the sense I got that day is that this happens more often than not. So in an ideal world, besides the security presence, the de-escalation and everything, I think we have to think creatively and think outside the box of how do we support our library staff. And, I literally turned to a family and said, I'm so sorry, please don't stop coming to the library. Like a commitment to do better. So those are my 2 cents. I really do think it was possibly mental health issues. And I think this is a step in the right direction, but it's not the magic, formula. It takes more than that. Maybe a collaboration with the county and their mental health team. I don't know. I don't know what that looks like specifically, but I think this is a good start.
Yeah. Go ahead, Councilwoman Perez.
Thank you, Mayor, for the recognition. Speaking of the county, I know the component that we've talked about tonight is around data. And just curious regarding the data sharing portion of it, if this information that's captured, whether it is video content or any other form of data that is being captured, could that information be shared with our sheriff's department here in the county?
Yes, it can. So our police officers are going to be responding. If we need to retrieve it, that's going to be evidence that we can obtain.
Chief, you want to say something? Yeah, go ahead.
Good evening, Jason Benitez, Chief of Police. Just to further your question, I think the information would be shared only certain contexts. Like, for example, if it's immigration enforcement related, I don't think that would be the case, that we would have our vendor do that. If that's, I'm not quite sure if that's where you were driving at, but if it's a criminal investigation and they are the source data for that, it could be something that could be shared with any local law enforcement agency, whether it's the county or neighboring agencies. But, you know, we would not have them provide that information to federal immigration authorities.
Great, Chief. Do you mind clarifying that a bit more in terms of the component that you just mentioned now with a criminal investigation and that data being shared with the Sheriff's Department? I know there's just a lot of content out there regarding just individuals being released and picked up by ICE at the Sheriff's Department. So just wanting to get some clarity on that end, if that component could become an issue.
So I don't see it becoming an issue, but I use this in the context of, say, if a crime is observed by a security guard who reports, he's the reporting source. That person essentially becomes a witness in a criminal case. That person could also be subject to testify in court if necessary, but if there is something where a person is identified, just hypothetically, where the person that the security guard observed happens to be a suspect in a VCSO case or a Ventura PD case, that information could just as easily be discussed amongst the detectives. So this person, for example, maybe is committing a series of serial assaults or serial thefts or something like that. There would be some natural linkage that would take place, but it's definitely beyond the scope of immigration enforcement.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief.
Can I ask a question just in my own mind? Councilmember Rodriguez brought up the issue of a skateboard potentially being used as a weapon. If the police department gets involved and we find out that the individual potentially was using it as a weapon, but we also find out that his illegal alien is his use of an illegal weapon wiped away and the police department doesn't get involved, I want to not bait you. I'm not trying to bait you. I want to make sure that we're not just looking, that we're not going to handle issues about immigration. That's not what we're hiring security for. We're hiring security for security. Illegal immigrants, residents, natural born, naturalized, everybody wants to be safe. The security is to help everybody, as the pastor continually explains very well, Runyon. My concern is if something happens, we got it on camera, the individual's got a skateboard, as Councilmember Rodriguez, I think I correctly understood, he's potentially using a threatening manner, and all of a sudden we interact with him, but now he is in a status where he's not a legal resident. Does his use of that as a weapon get shoved to the side and we just hands off?
I guess the short answer to that, Councilman Pearl, is no. We do not take a person's immigration status into account, whether they are a suspect, whether they're a victim, or they are a witness. So if the skateboard comes into play, the scope of that investigation absolutely does not go anywhere near immigration enforcement or immigration status. It would go to what actions that person took with said skateboard, and whether it's an assault or not. We would handle it strictly from the lens of being an assault. That's it. It doesn't go any further than that. We don't ask people about their status. We don't care about what people's status is. We don't ask. Our officers have a policy against that. We wouldn't expect the security guards to have anything to do with that either. Okay, that makes sense.
I apologize for not asking that question more clearly. But thank you very much for it helped me a lot. Thank you.
Thanks, Chief. We have a virtual caller. We'll go to that caller now. Thanks, Madam Clerk.
Virtual speaker, please press *6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes starting now. Virtual speaker.
Hello, my name is Levi. Hello, my name is Levi Duarte, and I'm a student at Oxnard College. And I guess my question is, say the security company is approved, how would the hiring process be? And like, who gets decided, like, for the process for how is the security guard hired?
Thanks. Thank you for your comments. Any other public speakers, Madam Clerk?
Excuse me. Mayor and council members, that concludes our speakers in person and virtually. Thank you.
Thank you. Commander, do you have any insight as to the hiring process behind the security company? Was that part of the presentation that they had with your hiring staff?
And what was the question again?
The question the caller had is what the process is for someone, for the security company to be considered for employment. And my question to you was whether or not you have any insight as to what their hiring practices are, requirements, et cetera.
Well, it's on their firm, which, they go through their firm, through their backgrounds, and that's how they hire with their practices. And, they've been around for 18 years. They have a good, actually, they have an excellent track record. So we would, we trust and we check that they went through the proper channels and they have a good firm and a good background to hire their applicants.
Thanks, Commander. Councilman Prolo, did you have a comment?
Just to make a comment,
Sure.
we're not in the business of customizing the job applications for the companies that we hire.
Correct.
They all apply, even board, and it's determined if they're qualified. I just wanted to say that. If there's no other questions, I'll move the recommended action.
Yeah.
I'll second.
I'll just make some brief comments. I'm supportive of this item in the sense that they will complement the policing efforts that our downtown officers are doing. And I'm certainly committed to making our city vibrant and enhancing the quality of life of our downtown, protecting our library, protecting our city staff, and protecting our community that comes and visits the library. And I invite others to look at the staff reports, about $515,000 annually, but there's some financial contributions made by the downtown management district as well. So a lot of efforts are being put forward to really provide security. And Mr. Wolf mentioned as well the amount of cost that we incur with the damages and vandalism that occurs at our parking structure. In this contract will provide 24-hour security services to our parking structure. And we will, I will work with the city clerk to maybe have the security company come back and provide like you asked, Sarah, provide a presentation to potentially answer the questions that the community members may have. So we'll put that in a future agenda item. But if there's no further comments or discussions or public comments, we'll go to Mr. Perella. Go ahead.
I just have one more comment. I wish Mr. Larry Stein were here and he could share with us his concerns about the library, and not about the library, about the parking structure. And this is possibly not just simply Mr. Stein, but I see our librarian here. The people that work in the librarian are not helpless, but they deserve to make sure that they're protected. Having worked and gone through the library years ago when a person OD'd and died in the library, a lot of things can transpire in that building, and they need to have some security. I totally support this. I appreciate all the work and the questions that have been asked, but you need as much help as you can get to make our city better.
Yeah. And I appreciate the comprehensive reporting. Just to restate, this has been in place, or we've had security patrol since 2005. So this is not a new idea that's coming forward. We're just go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
So you finish your thought.
Oh, no, that's it.
Thanks. Just a quick thing regarding the question about the vetting and the employment and hiring practices by this operator. I look at the contract and for item 17 for lawful performance, as well as a few other items, but this one is one that sticks out, is the service provider shall abide by all federal, state, and local laws and regulations as may be related to the performance of duties under this agreement. Service provider at its sole expense shall obtain and maintain during the agreement all appropriate permits, licenses, and certificates that may be required in connection with performance of services under this agreement. And so it's in their best interest to hire competent, well-trained, and to at least the foundational minimums, people who have certifications to be security guards, then in the performance of this contract, to make sure those people are all maintaining that certification in order to stay in compliance with this agreement. Beyond that, as was stated in the presentation by the commander, they certainly want people who are well-suited to serve face front with members of the public and the library and library staff and patrons. So it's certainly in their best interest to do this. I appreciate the commander has mentioned that we certainly want to trust them on this, but it's also written into the agreement in a number of places that they have to do that as well. So those are my comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Go ahead, Councilwoman Perez.
Mayor, thank you for the recognition. I think I'm not too sure I appreciate Commander Serrato's follow-up in terms of the ensuring that masks are not to be worn as part of the uniform there, but I think I'd love to hear more from City Guard's perspective as well, and I just don't have that tonight, so I don't think I'll be able to vote on that specifically regarding just wanting to hear more from them directly, and just would love to follow up, I think, in the future if possible.
I appreciate that, and we'll work with the city, with our staff and the city clerk too, and then with the Commander Serrato to potentially bring back maybe members of the executive leadership team of the security company come back and just address some of these questions that we still have, and members of the public have. They can provide some insight. If there's no other comment or public comment, Madam Clerk, call for the vote.
Councilwoman Basua? Yes. Councilmember Peralta?
Yes.
Councilwoman Bettis?
No.
Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Aye.
Councilman Starr?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Yes.
Mayor MacArthur?
Yes.
And this motion carries 6-1. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commander. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
And thank you, Councilwoman Perez, for your comments. Thank you. We'll now move to item N2. This is from the Finance Department. The subject entails fiscal year 2025 through 2026 mid-year budget. The recommendation is that the City Council, one, receive an update on the fiscal year 2025-26 revenue and expenditure projections for major funds. Two, approve budget amendments to the general fund, street maintenance infrastructure, use fee fund, Transportation Development Act Fund, Capital Outlay Fund, Special Districts Fund, Development Impact Fees Fund, Circulation System Improvement Fees Subfund, Bond Assessment District Fund, Water Operating Fund, Environmental Resources Operating Fund, Golf Course Operating Fund, and the Public Liability and Property Insurance Fund, as explained in this report. Three, approve adding and adopting the Environmental Resource Roll-Up Door Replacement Project to the fiscal year 2025-26 Capital Improvement Program. This item did not originate in committee, and our CFO, Mr. Javier Lázaro, is here to answer any questions we may have. We'll start with you, Mayor Pro Tem. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Similar to the last item, would you mind giving just a quick overview for the public, Mr. Chagoin Lázaro, just about the mid-year budget review and this, why we do this each year?
Good evening, City Council. Javier Chagoin Lázaro, Chief Financial Officer, City of Oxnard. Before that, I would like to introduce Thomas Liu, our Assistant Chief Financial Officer. I think he's the first time sitting here in the council chambers, and he will be taking the lead on this presentation. Also, we have Tanya Williams, our City Budget Manager, that has been essential in putting all this report together. Before passing to Thomas, this mid-year review process is an exercise that we do with all the departments in the city, where we basically give them the information for the first 5 months of the fiscal year and ask them to look what their projections are for the end of the fiscal year. When we collect all that information, and we just basically prepare this document and this report for the City Council. And with that, I'll just let Thomas just address any other questions you have.
Thank you. I actually have just a couple short questions, and I think they all pertain to Public Works. So I think Public Works Manager was, I feel bad because he just got comfortable back there. Thank you, Mr. Wolf. So my first question regarding our Environmental Resources Fund, there's reference, and I know we've mentioned it publicly here at past meetings, to the expenditures and the $2 million in the revised budget, the decrease reflecting the Infrastructure Use Fee Fund. I wonder if you wouldn't mind just stating that again for the record, what that is and why this is being decreased.
Sure. Good evening again. Michael Wolf, Public Works Director. The Enterprise Resource Fund, there are several modifications or recommendations that we are making, pluses and minuses based on the usage that we're seeing at the facilities. But the specific item that you're addressing is the IUF component of that. And so there's a couple of things that are being done in this budget adjustment recommendation, is that money would typically be transferred from solid waste and put into a street maintenance funding source. So that's one of the changes that are being made, is that because we had brought forward a reduction in single-family residential rates, that we are no longer collecting that component of the fee, and therefore we're going to not make that transfer to the street maintenance fund. So that's that $2 million reduction that you see in transfers.
Okay, thank you. And the implementation of that fee, even though we stated it previously, was done in accordance and in compliance with the previous ruling on the previous litigation for the IUF. Is that correct?
Correct. So the city got a judgment, I think it was 2021, if I remember correctly, indicating that if we brought forward a updated report, that including that fee would not be against any of the current statements that were in, like the Streets and Highway Code or our vehicle code sections.
Okay. And what was the determination for city staff to decide, we're going to go ahead and discontinue this component, this IUF?
I'm sorry, say that question again?
What was the reasoning behind staff's determination that we're going to discontinue the IUF in this cycle?
So we brought that to council, and we indicated that there was, I think it was August of last year, a final ruling from a Redlands case, and with that information available in August, I think we brought something to council in October, so a month and a half later, indicating that we were going to abide by the Redlands case ruling and make that change in the single-family residential solid waste rates.
Okay, thank you for that. And I only bring it up because I've had this conversation in person with a couple people, and they were a little confused by the statement that the city had done something illegal or illegally implemented the IUF again. And I thought about it, and it seemed to me that if I was driving down a street going 45 miles an hour on my commute every single day, and then it was ruled that no, that street needs to be 40 miles an hour. Last week I wasn't breaking the law, I was following the law. It's just that the law is now changing, I have to now do this. And so that was just my best way of coming up with that we did as was allowed in a previous litigation, but some other city had litigation, and the city decided to go ahead and follow that, just stay in line with it. So, all right, that's my questions about the IUF. My last two questions, one's about the golf course and one is about the roll-up CIP project. So I don't know if golf course, if we have Mr. Howlett, or if you'll take that.
We'll see if I can do it.
All right, can you just tell us a little bit about the golf course and the changes we're looking at here and how the golf course is doing this year?
Sure. So specifically about the operations and the look of the golf course, or are you talking about what's in the staff report?
What's in this?
Okay. Yes. So what's in the staff report is we have, as you can imagine, quite a bit of machinery that maintains the golf course. And a lot of those are larger mowers. And some of those are under older air quality management directives, and they no longer meet the current air quality management directives in terms of their combustible engines. And so as we progress through all those state or air quality requirements, we had to pull some of those pieces of equipment out of service. And so what we're proposing, we have a new general manager that came on several months back and did an assessment and identified the need to replace some of those that could be used instead of renting some of those to make up for the mowing that has to happen at the golf course. The purchase of that equipment also includes some autonomous mowers as well. So we're trying out, they did a pilot test of some autonomous mowers, and so it'll be a purchase of some larger riding mowers and some autonomous mowers that they'll be utilizing at the golf course in lieu of renting what they've been doing, renting in the interim, because the other ones were taken out of service for air quality requirements. The other part of the request is a capital project request. For those of you who have been out to the golf course, know that the parking lot needs some TLC. And so we are recommending doing a project out there that will make some repairs, asphalt repairs, and some restriping, and some tree planter improvements to the parking lot. We're also going to remove the grass area, the non-functional grass area that's out there in front, and make that available for parking all the time, because it's available for parking certain days of the week where there's a high use of the parking lot, which is usually Saturdays and Sundays.
Okay, thank you. And those autonomous mowers, they're not run by AI, are they? I'm just kidding. You don't have to answer that, Mr. Howlett. I'm just kidding.
What I've been told, Steve probably has a lot better details, that they act very much like a Roomba from your house.
That's my understanding, yes. All right, my last question is about the number 3 recommendation on here for the environmental resources roll-up door replacement. And any information you can provide to us on that, because it did get its own item here on the recommendation list as a CIP item. So if you can give us some basics on that and how that landed on our mid-year budget review.
So we have several places at the MRF that have the larger roll-up doors that vehicles go in and out of that facility, obviously drop off or pick up solid waste. And those doors are they're very old, they're past their useful life, and we're trying to address some violations that we have from our local enforcement agency about making sure those doors are operational. That wasn't a capital project that was on our list until we got visited from the local enforcement agency recently. And so we are putting together a CIP project to address those roll-up doors. It's a long-term maintenance issue like we have with a lot of our facilities. I liken it to, if you look at our fire stations have roll-up doors as well. Those are very heavy mechanical, electrical pieces of equipment, and they have a useful life to them. And so this is reaching the end of its useful life, and so we need to make sure we address those with a capital project. What we don't know right now is we're still in the information planning and designing phase, so we don't have a cost, but we would like to add it to the CIP so that the council's aware of it as a project that we want to focus on, again, to address any violations that we may have at the MRF from our local enforcement agency. And I know Brian's here in case he wants to add anything else. Nope. Looks like I got it.
Okay. No, thank you for your transparency on that. I appreciate the response and having us all aware of why this is specifically being added as a CIP project. And if they're at the end of their useful life, then we need to look at them. But the fact that we need to look at them a little bit sooner rather than later, so as to maintain compliance with any regulatory obligations we have, I appreciate staff looking at that as well. All right, those are my questions, Mayor. Thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Wolf.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Perrello, go ahead.
I'd like to follow up on Mayor Pro Tem. He mentioned the UTF. My understanding was the council took a vote to handle the $2 million. It wasn't a staff decision. Wasn't it a council vote?
About the IUF?
Yeah.
In terms of changing the single-family residential rate that was brought forward to council, yes. We implemented that rate change in advance of the council reviewing that item.
His specific question was about the $2 million and then the council. So we're talking on the same thing then, correct? It's council vote.
Yeah, so let me make sure we're on the same page here. So when we brought the environmental resources or the solid waste rates to council, it was voted on by council. So the rate itself, the rates that we charge for all of our services at ER were brought to council and approved by the city council. The IUF was a component of that and was identified in the cost of service analysis that the city council used to approve the rates. I think it was is it 2 years ago now? Yeah, almost 2 years ago.
And when we learned about the issue with the court cases and stuff, it was a council, and if I'm wrong, please correct me, anybody. Council made the decision to go forward with the reduction of the $2 million.
Again, we implemented the reduced single-family residential rate as an administrative change, and then we brought that to council at the next following council meeting that was allowed in terms of the timeframe for the agenda being posted.
Okay, thank you. And the second point, and I appreciate Mayor Pro Tem bringing it up with the doors, the roll-up doors. Having been involved with roll-up doors, big ones, people don't realize, they figure they just walk in and out. It's a tremendous amount of weight over people's heads, and when something goes wrong, they can come down very quickly with some really drastic, not just to people, but to equipment underneath that door if it falls on them. Whether it's a roll-up or a slide-up door, things can go wrong in the maintenance, you gotta take care of them. That's my only question on that point. The only question I have, Mayor Pro Tem, on this item is on page 397, we have a statement, and I'm still on, yes, 397, a statement on, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Ninth bullet point. Community engagement and services. The city annually circulates 200,000 library items, services 45,000 plus senior meals, and delivers 60,000 senior center program participants. Also hosts community events including Tamale Insect Festival and holiday celebrations. Does the city provide services to 45,000 seniors meals, or is it the city delivers 60,000 meals?
Councilmember Perello, I believe that those two words were transposed. So I believe it should read delivers 45,000 plus senior meals and services 60,000 plus senior center program participants.
Thank you very much for that.
Yeah, I apologize for that.
No problem.
Yeah. Thanks, Councilman Pro. Any other comments or questions? Madam Clerk, we'll go to the virtual caller.
Virtual speaker, please press *6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes starting now.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Oh, good evening again. This is Doug Portello. I do have a question in terms of CIP projects, and specifically with Fund 350 and the Quimby Reserve Funds. And it's my understanding that there's a little less than $10 million of unused Quimby Fund money over about 20 neighborhoods. And currently, there are about 3 projects that are being considered for use of those reserve Quimby funds, and the rest are undesignated. And could you please help me out and see where those Quimby reserve funds and those specific CIP projects are mentioned in this? That would be helpful to me to see that. And also, I'd like to touch on the IUF. So just so the public is clear, Mr. Mayor, that when that first IUF case came up and it was brought to the attention of the leadership team by Mr. Aaron Starr, it clearly showed that IUF fee was illegal, which the court later supported. But at that time, the city was charging the 42,000 some ratepayers. That was about $7 million a year. So at that time, the city had been gaining about $22 million or thereabouts. And so it's my understanding that Mr. Starr said, well, forget about the 22 million, just stop charging the ratepayers the rate fee. And of course, the city wouldn't do that. It went into litigation. And so at the end of that litigation, because they were still charging the fee, mind you, and with all the, cost that was generating illegally, and it was illegal, let's be clear, that's the ruling from the court, that was $36.5 million. So when the city cries poor because Aaron Starr cost the city $36.5 million, it's like the bank robber saying, well, gee, I'm going to lose my house and my truck now because you caught me with the bank money in my attic. So let's just be clear about that. Now, the city went ahead again because the court ruling did allow the city to do a new study. So that was what the judge allowed the city to try to come up with a new study to justify a rate increase for the IUF. And now the city came up with a $2 million a year figure. But it's my understanding that that study did not show that that was justified. And then later...
Thank you, Mr. Portello. Your time is up.
So, Mr. Portello, you're at your 3-minute mark. Madam Clerk, are there any other callers?
Mayor and council members, that concludes our speakers in person and virtually for this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Sir, go ahead.
A question. What's the consequence of if the council does not approve this today?
Basically, with this action, with this recommendation, basically the big consequence, we are asking for certain appropriations. So those appropriations won't be able to be implemented, and the city won't be able to meet the commitments that are being asked at this point in this recommendation.
I think I had trouble understanding that exactly. So what are the real world consequences if we don't approve this?
So
he said that if you don't approve it, there are additional monies that are being asked along with this appropriation. So those monies will not be able to be spent if we don't approve these items.
Okay, thank you.
And basically, the projects won't be able to happen.
Okay.
Correct. So there's additional money being requested.
I guess I'm concerned about the increase of spending in the general fund by $8 million. I think that knowing that the financial trajectory in the long run in the city is not necessarily all that bright, I think we should be looking at ways to economize rather than simply increasing our expenditure appropriation. So I'd like us to look at that first rather than simply say we're just going to spend more because we think we need to.
Thank you, Councilmember Starr. Any other questions or comments? Yes, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
I appreciate the question there for the real world consequences of this. I think if we were to liken it to if you had a machining manufacturing company and one of your departments said, hey, we're in the middle of the budget year and the cost has gone up on aluminum, we're going to need X amount more to be appropriated to us so that we can meet the demands that are put on us. If you say no, you won't meet the demand. You certainly have the right to say no if you're the owner or governing body or whatever it may be. If you say yes, then you can meet the demand of what the machining needs are using the aluminum. So I hope that's a real world example that's helpful to connect dots for folks. But as our CFO mentioned, this is a pretty routine exercise. These are, as we go halfway through the budget year, We see what's being realized as far as expenditures, what the needs are for different departments and funds, and these are the requests. And we can either accept them and approve them, we can table them for another time, or we can not approve them. That's the way I see it. So, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
So, Mayor, I'll agree that this is done routinely every year, and spending seems to go up every year with the city. And I just think that maybe we need to look more at how do we economize more. I know in the business world, sometimes you have increased expenditures, but you figure out where to cut elsewhere to make it work. What I'm seeing happening over time is that we're just simply draining our reserves, and we're going to have a day where we're going to say, you know what, we can't afford this unless we raise taxes again. And I don't want to be putting the public through that. So while I'm fine with the other funds that I'm seeing here, they're relatively small changes, I think I'm not on board with increasing the general fund expenditures by $8,132,000 and change.
Yeah, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
If I may, Councilmember, are you aware of any cities that you can name where their costs have gone down?
If you're saying that spending is out of control everywhere, I'm not going to disagree with you.
Okay. In the private sector, have costs gone down for anybody?
Sure. In some instances, absolutely.
Which costs are those that have gone down?
Well, computer costs tend to go down over each year because of more efficiency. We tend to, wherever technology is trying to change things, very often you do see decreases.
And just apples to apples here, for labor, or have labor costs gone down for other cities or even the private industry or private sector?
I'm sorry, point of information, can we have a motion on the table and debate the actual motion when we're ready to do so instead of engaging in this dialogue?
I will move the recommended action, that we go ahead and approve as asked by staff.
I'll second that.
I would ask that we divide the question on General Fund 101 versus the rest of it. I can vote for the rest.
You want to amend it?
I can vote for the rest of it, but.
I'll second that amendment.
That's fine. We can take one each independently.
Okay. If there's no.
What we're going to be voting on, the motions.
So,
We are going to be voting on approving the motion, but Councilmember Starr would like to do the general fund as a separate vote in order for him to vote no on that. So I don't mind this. We need to move this along.
Yep.
As far as debate on this, my question stands, if apples to apples, if materials or labor has gone down for anywhere in the private sector.
Is this germane to the motion on the floor?
Well, the point was made that expenditures and spending are continuously going up every year.
Right.
And I'm just trying to make the case that, is that unique to this city? Is it unique to this organization? Is it unique to the public sector?
You're right. The public sector has huge problems with spending. We see that at the state of California. We see that with the federal government. And we see that here too.
No, the question is it unique to this sector?
I'm not disagreeing with you. There are problems everywhere.
Just for clarification.
But it'd be nice if we can just come to a vote, because there's really not more we're going to get from this exchange. I think I know where you stand, and I think you know where I stand.
Okay, just wanted to hear that. Thank you.
Thank you.
I do know that we have like our additional financial experts here who are making these recommendations. So maybe I'd like to hear from them in terms of us dipping into our general fund and taking $8 million. And again, this is my second rodeo in these conversations. So I just want to make sure, are we in a healthy position where moving from $8 million from the general fund, and how does that affect us, and moving forward? Because if there's a concern about us not managing our fiduciary responsibilities accordingly, then I would want to have that conversation.
So basically, the general fund is still in a good financial position because the general fund is holding the reserve policy of 16.6%. That's 2 months of operating. The general fund still has the almost $15 million of that emergency reserve. We're not touching any of that money. We really are using to support and fund this amendment is the part of the available fund balance that we're finishing the fiscal year 25. So we're still holding a very solid financial position on the general fund, even after doing all these appropriations that we are recommending in this report.
So to clarify, we're not dipping into our reserves.
We are not dipping into the statutory and policy reserves.
Correct. Thank you so much.
And if I may just, maybe even, clarify it, the way I look at it is I need a new roof at my house. It was unexpected. I'm not going to tap into my reserves. I'm not going to tap into my emergency fund. I've been doing so good with my money that I'm going to take it from my regular money that's coming in. So we are actually being very, good stewards of, taxpayer dollars. The reserves are what they are. Our emergency fund is what they are. And staff is asking for additional money in order for them to do their job. So again, if we can just move on with the vote. I appreciate staff's time. I know it is a lot of effort to bring this forward, and I appreciate you guys and all the time that you spend answering all our questions.
Go ahead, Councilmember Starr.
So I'm trying to take a longer time horizon here. I know that in the future we're going to have issues because, number one, there's pressure at the state and the legislature to reduce the amount of money that we can get from warehouses like Amazon and have it split among other cities. I know that we've got the Measure O sales tax is going to lapse at the end of 2028, early 2029. And I mean, I don't think staff could tell us with a straight face today that everything would be hunky-dory and we'd balance everything if we actually really attempt to wean off of the Measure O funding. I think that if they can tell us that, you know what, there's no need to ever bring this back to a vote to extend, I'd be, that would help assure me a lot, but I don't think staff can say that.
Mayor MacArthur, if I can comment real quick. So a lot of this discussion that's taking place tonight is a discussion that needs to take place during the budget process. This is the mid-year budget review. These are dealing with kind of like real-time happenings, real-time numbers. If you break down the nearly $8 million in general fund appropriations that Councilmember Starr has referenced, they're real things. I mean, you'll see a $4 million liability issue we have, a $1.2 million in police overtime, some fire expenses. Those are things that are happening right now. And so there are things that we need to address at this moment. Kind of this forward-looking, 12 to 36 month kind of perspective on where we think we're going to go is a very healthy discussion, and I do believe it needs to take place. But that's the discussion that we're going to have in the next couple of months when the budget process starts. So I just want to make sure that I clarify both of those things about what's happening tonight compared to what's going to happen during our budget process.
Appreciate that. Mr. Sonsiger, if I can just ask, just one request I have is if for me, it would just be clear if I can get a report from each department that includes the current use percentage to date per line item. This way, at least for me, visually, I can see where we are percentage-wise at the mid-year per line item. Maybe we can have that discussion later or figure out a way to just visually look at that, see if we are on par with what we anticipated the cost to be per department.
Okay.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I appreciate that. And just for clarity, Mr. Fisher, we have a motion and a second to adopt the recommendation, but we have an amendment by Councilmember Starr just to proceed forward and move this item along.
We're just dividing the question. So what I would suggest is vote on everything except for General Fund 101 is your first vote, and then come back for your second vote on General Fund 101. That's what I would suggest.
Both of those have seconds?
Yes.
We already divided the question.
Yeah, it's divided. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Just a quick clarification for the record. Councilmember Starr, I heard you say the words dip into reserves when it referenced to General Fund 101. And Councilwoman Rodriguez did establish from staff that these are not reserves. And so just wanted to check on that to see if that shifts your way of thinking when it comes to dividing General Fund 101 for your vote.
So if you're going to increase expenditures by $8.1 million, it doesn't just happen magically without, your reserves being less than what they otherwise would be. Like I said, the long-term position of the city is not as financially bright as one would like. So you need to economize now so that you can deal with the hard times later.
I have a question, Mayor.
Go ahead, Mr. Paul.
Sure. Mr. Starr.
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem asked you a question. Do you believe the information that they gave Councilmember Rodriguez sitting right next to you that we're not dipping in the reserves? Yes or no?
Whenever you increase spending, you're dipping into a reserve.
So you don't believe it?
I'm just simply saying.
I just like a yes or no.
I'm just saying to me, it's just math.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Secretary.
I mean, if you write a check from your when you write a check from your checkbook and you update the register, you show less money in your checkbook after you write your check.
Councilmember Starr.
Yeah, no, that's a fair analogy. I think we're just into the semantics of the terminology. The city council has a policy on operating reserves, and so that's the term that we use. But there's also fund balance, and there's available fund balance. Those are different things. And so while I respect Councilmember Starr saying that we're dipping into reserves, I mean, we're dipping into money that exists. Whether you want to call it reserves or not is, again, the semantics of it. Right. But the city council has a policy on operating reserves, and we're not dipping into that. We're not even dipping into the second layer of available fund balance from way back. So again, I think everybody's kind of talking about terminology rather than what's actually happening.
Thank you, Mr. Sonsigard.
Thank you, Eric.
Mayor, I'll close by saying that I appreciate Mr. Sonsigard's view on that. It comes to mind for me that for my business, I have my checking account and I also have a reserve, which I hold at 15%, and everything I have come in goes to that, so that I have that if, pay bills and other things, blah, blah, blah. But my checking account, when I pay something and I write a check and I update my register, it comes out of my checking account. My reserve's not touched. That stays at whatever my 15% mark is, whatever my goal is for that. And it sounds like that's what we're doing here. Is that correct from our financial staff?
That's a good analogy. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Eric. So we have a motion, a second on Councilwoman Basua's. If we can call for the vote on that, and then we'll call for the vote on Councilmember Starr's amendment.
So everything except 101 right now, right?
Correct.
Can we please repeat
Just for clarity,
the motion for Councilmember Basua?
I'm sorry, Mayor and council members, what we're voting on right now is everything except for Fund 101.
Correct.
Which we'll take a separate vote on that. Okay. Ready?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Perallo?
Yes.
Councilwoman Bettis?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Aye.
Councilmember Starr?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua?
Yes.
Mayor MacArthur?
Yes.
And this motion carries 7-0.
Thank you.
Now, we would be taking a motion on Fund 101. Councilwoman Bettis?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Aye.
Councilmember Starr?
No.
Councilwoman Basua?
Yes.
Councilmember Perallo?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Yes.
Mayor MacArthur?
Yes.
And this motion carries 6-1. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Should we take a motion, go past 10? What do you think? No? Okay. All right, well, let's just go then. All right. The next item on the agenda is item N3 from the Finance Department. Subject ERP Annual Report and Ninth Amendment to the agreement with Creative Core Technologies for ERP implementation and IT services support. The recommendation is that the City Council, one, approve and authorize the mayor to execute a ninth amendment to the professional services agreement with Creative Core Technologies in the amount of $11,490,000 for a new not-to-exceed contract amount of $21,510,000, and to extend the term of the agreement to December 30th, 2028, for project management services related to the discovery, documentation, implementation, stabilization, and ongoing IT support for all phases of the city's multi-year enterprise resource planning implementation, as well as some additional IT non-ERP projects. To approve an appropriation in the amount of $2,500,000 from the general fund, available fund balance to fund the project C-2034 ERP implementation in fiscal year 2025-26, and authorize the corresponding transfers for the project budget. And three, receive and file the ERP system annual report. This item did not originate in committee. Mr. Sanseguard is here to answer any questions along with the Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Lacido. And we have a couple public speakers. We can go to them first. Mr. Sanseguard, this is Alicia Purcell, and then a virtual speaker.
Mayor,
yes, go ahead.
If I may, prior to the speakers, can we have
Sure,
Mr. Sanseguard give a brief overview of the item?
Sure. Go ahead, Mr. Sanseguard.
Yeah, that's a good idea, because I was just going to provide a couple of quick comments, some context for this. So good evening, Mayor, members of council, Eric Sanseguard, Assistant City Manager. So some of you have heard this item before, and some of you have not. This was an item that came periodically, almost annually, to City Council since around 2019 or 2020. But as you know, the Enterprise Resource Planning System, or ERP, it's really the framework, the nervous system, the skeleton of our city government. It's an integrated software system that ties public works, finance, payroll, HR, asset management, planning and licensing, utility billing all together. I don't think it's exaggerating to say it's probably the most impactful and important project the city has undertaken in the last 30 years. It's that big, and I think you can get the sense of that from reading the staff report. One thing I want to bring up, to the residents, and I bring up to you tonight, I do say this to people in the community whenever I can, and we probably don't do a good enough job of highlighting it, that Oxnard is an incredibly complex city. It's probably the most complex city in the Tri-County area, to say the very least. It's very rare you're going to find a city our size that is a full-service city that has its own utilities, our own public safety, a golf course, a housing authority. And I spotlight that because an ERP implementation of this magnitude really illustrates all those complexities, and you probably saw some of them in the staff report. So we're doing something a little different this year. Historically, we brought one-year contract extensions each year and with an ERP annual report, and we're pretty proud to say that the end is in sight now. And so we've kind of crafted this contract amendment and staff report to incorporate the full implementation and kind of take this project to the projected finish line. So we have a great team of individuals here, all the department heads that really have a piece of this ERP, and I will just leave you saying this ERP is dealt with on a daily basis, and I mean the implementation. Our department heads are dealing with this implementation project on a daily basis and have been for an extremely long time. So very important to the city, and very important that we get this thing across the finish line. So we'll transition to public comments, and then the staff will be available.
Absolutely, go ahead.
Make a motion that we continue past 10 o'clock if necessary.
I'll second the motion to go past 10.
Madam Clerk, if there are no public speakers, call for the vote.
We're calling for the vote on extending time past 10, right?
Yeah, correct.
Councilwoman Basua? Yes. Councilmember Perallo?
Yes.
Councilwoman Bettis,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez,
Aye.
Councilmember Starr,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran.
Yes.
Mayor MacArthur.
Yes.
And the motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. If it's okay, we will now go to Alicia Parcell and then the virtual speaker. Go ahead, Ms. Parcell.
So the first part of this contract was approved in October 2019, and at the time, the plan was a 5-year implementation, a projected cost of $14.9 million. I'm not sure whether it was at that same meeting or a different one. I do recall Aaron predicting that the project would take twice as long and cost twice as much, and that's pretty close to where we are now. We're extending to 2028, so that's 9 years and a cost of over $32 million. I feel like if those numbers had been brought to the council in 2019, the outcome might not have been the same, but that's where we are. So many times, once these projects get the camel's nose under the tent, then it puts you into awfully awkward positions. When you're asked to approve more money and more money and more money, nobody wants to throw away the sunk costs and roll back. You don't want to do that, so you prove it, and now here we are on the 9th Amendment, and it's an awfully big one. It's an awfully big one. The staff report does contain a bullet list of some drivers of increases, but some of them seem like things that we knew at the outset, and they should have been part of the original estimates and projections of what it was going to take. For example, we had multiple bargaining units in 2019 as well, so I don't see why payroll rules have gotten so much more complex than in 2019. The data complexity of the prior system didn't change. That's one of the reasons listed. Oxnard was just as complex a city in 2019 as it is now. So we're not dealing with things that weren't known then. They were known then. When a vendor quotes us a cost to do a task, we should have contract terms that hold them to those estimates. Put a cap on the thing. We can't just keep paying them more and more to finish the job they started. At some point, you have to say, well, you have to honor what you quoted us. We should only see contract increases for new features that we're choosing to add, that were not part of the original deal. I would like to hear more about what we're doing to prevent these huge increases, whether it's changing our approach to contract terms or something else. But you're freely spending other people's money, and this amount of money could fix an awful lot of potholes and that sort of thing around the city. So it's not trivial amounts you're looking at tonight. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Parcell. We'll go to the virtual caller.
Virtual speaker, please press *6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes starting now.
Hi, good evening again. This is Doug Portello. Many of you may not have remembered this movie, but it was a great Tom Hanks movie in 1986. It's called The Money Pit. And this ERP system seems like this is Oxnard's money pit. And I think Alicia laid it out well. I mean, just look at the cost increases. But the only problem with this ERP system is it's not unknown that these ERP systems have had problems. Poor implementation, high cost, low user adaptability, failure rates for projects reported between 50 and 75%. So this thing has challenges, including inadequate planning, data migration errors, scope creep, and insufficient training, which seems true in this case. But here we go again. I mean, we are just spending money on, I don't know, call it the bullet train to nowhere, or like our ASR wells. I mean, look, we poured hundreds of millions of dollars into this project. We haven't seen a single drop of water. And this is a system that is questionable whether it's really going to work the way it was sold and intended. And the costs just keep going up and up and up. And I know it seems like it's just monopoly money to you guys, but it's real money coming out of real household budgets. And we've got folks hurting right now, and it's going to get worse. We're possibly facing a recession. We have lowered state and federal monies coming into the city. Even our city manager alluded to that at a prior meeting. So, you know, at some point, sometimes you just have to cut bait and tell these people, look, you either give us what you promised without, you know, doubling or tripling the cost down the road, and we should expect that. That seems fair. But what's happening here is just a continuation of mismanagement of our city. I mean, you guys aren't running a city, you're ruining a city, the city we love. And that's real money. And if that money gets wasted on this, it's not getting used for other really important things. So those are my thoughts. Going to be another 6-1 vote, I'm sure. But you guys have a good evening.
Thanks, Mr. Portillo. Yeah, go ahead, Mayor Portillo.
Thank you. I have a couple questions for staff on this. I appreciate the overview Mr. Sonstegard gave. What does our current system that is being replaced, how far back does that date? I don't know who can answer that.
So our HTE system that some of you may be familiar with was implemented in the early 1990s. My best analogy for that, and it's a joke I've made since I came to Oxnard in the 90s, was that if you've ever seen the movie War Games, when he's asking, do you want to play a game, it's similar to that. It's a green screen. So we were on that legacy system for about 30 years.
Sure, and it's a black screen, green monochrome text, right? Anyone who frequented the public library 25, 30 years ago, maybe a little bit more recent than that, still used a system similar to that as far as the public-facing appearance for that. Is this the type of project that if this council decided tonight we could just walk away from? I mean, is that, there's certainly this sunk cost fallacy. There's certainly the return on what we've put into things, thoughts. But is this the type of thing that you could just cut bait on, considering how integral it is and how many departments are already on board versus those that are still in testing and those that still need to come on board? I mean, I know our IT director isn't here tonight, but thoughts on that, Mr. Sonstegard? Oh, he is here.
He is here, and I'm going to
he is here.
Say a few words before, unless he has anything to add. But you know, with projects like this, there's a couple different paths you go down. Some of these are system transitions. Some of these are just system creation and implementations. And so some of these things, for instance, our enterprise asset management module that's going to go live here probably in the next 60 days, that's something the city's just never had. And as it was characterized to me recently, we could go back to sticky notes. And that's basically how we managed our assets in Oxnard for as long as any of us have been here. And so the idea of, you know, sunken cost, or it's not so much about, well, we'll just go back to the way we were doing things. Well, maybe we weren't even doing some things. So a part of this, and just to contextualize, part of the project is making the city like better, getting the city into the 21st century or 2026. So I just wanted to, have that comment. If Rob has something to add, I'm sure he can come up. So,
yes, thank you, Mr. Rubin.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, Rob Rubin, the CIO. I think Eric did a pretty good job of explaining it. There's a couple other things that you want to take and keep in mind. The money we're talking about is not trivial. The success rate that was mentioned by the caller for ERP systems in general of 50% or less half of them or more fail. They don't make it. But here's an example of we've implemented 2 significant modules already, the financial module, and just a little over a year ago, the human capital management and payroll module. We're, as Eric indicated, about 60 days away from, actually probably more like 45 days away from implementing the enterprise asset management module. And we're probably somewhere in the next 3-4 months away from implementing the permitting and licensing module. This is not what you'd see in the trend of a failed project. This is a project that had a past that was not going very well. But if you look at the last couple of years, it's significant progress. And I think you want to consider that when you consider the thought process of, is this good money after bad? Should we just cut and run? You're not seeing failure in the work that's been done over the last couple of years. And the costs are expensive. This ERP systems are expensive, as Councilmember Starr mentioned. Whatever you think it's going to be, it's double or more than that, and that's something you mentioned back in the fall when we came to talk about Tyler. It's true. These things are always bigger than they look. They're always more complicated than they look, and that you always end up at the end where you don't have the knowledge about your system, this 30-year-old system, that you thought you had. And so when you look at upgrading or changing out to a new system, you don't have the institutional knowledge that you think you have. And then when you turn around and see the billing and licensing organization basically turn over completely and lose every single member of that organization in the last couple of years, all that institutional knowledge went with those people. And so it's made this project longer and more expensive. And there is a list of other things in the staff report that address that as well. But I at least just wanted to make those couple of quick points without beleaguering it. But I'm happy to answer any other questions, and I know we've got Michael and Jeff and Javier to
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Rubin. My last question, Mayor, and I don't know if the city manager or the CFO would like to address this. In 2022, I believe that the discussion from the then council was around bonding for 2 specific items, streets and for the ERP system. Is that correct?
Yes, my recollection, yes.
Okay. And to have comments made tonight that we're spending all this money again and again and again going down this road, as a mechanism, as a funding mechanism through bonding, would that have been another source of funding this project versus us using this the funds we have here in front of us tonight?
Yes, and it would have been a little bit less expensive, but I can address the overall discussion here too.
Okay, yeah, if you wouldn't mind just touching on that.
So, just because you can get an answer from ChatGPT doesn't mean that you understand anything. So let's be very careful about the discourse here. Every big organization goes through this every few decades. Public, private, doesn't matter. It's just something that you have to do. We as a society, we haven't really caught up to realizing how important this invisible infrastructure is. But it is just as important as electrical lines, gas lines, sewer lines, roads, bridges, and so on. It's just invisible. Now, with regard to going back to 2019 and that original presentation, what that presentation was premised on years of study and research and trying to get ready to figure out which company the city was going to go with. There was no question that we, as an organization, had to update our ERP. And at that time, the recommendation was with this company, but it could have been Oracle, could have been any other company. They're all very difficult. And at that time, the assumption is we should have known everything. No, we didn't know everything, and they didn't know everything. And it wasn't just how outdated HTE was. The program we had been using for nearly apparently 3 decades. Because that program had become so limited and our needs were different, people very resourcefully, albeit not preferably in hindsight, just found their own workarounds. So that information wasn't known to the contractors, the consultants at the time. And as our assistant city manager pointed out, it's a very complex organization. So one example, we don't have one simple timekeeping software program, because our departments that run 24/7 have different needs from the other aspects of the city where we have a more quote-unquote regular work schedule. So it's just different. I think community development needs, what is it called, Blue Beam, Star Trek Beam, something like that, which is a totally different program to accept plans, large plans. Public Works has different needs. Everyone has slightly different needs. And learning what those are along the way is what causes the cost to go up, because we're asking of more. So this is not a situation where we're not managing it or that we're being tricked by the consultants. We're just working it through. Yeah, anyone can say these things are always going to cost more and take longer. That's just part of it. So don't fall for the discourse of we're putting good money after bad. We're just going through this. We are managing it the best way we can. Okay, it's not monopoly money. That's a bunch of BS. We're managing it, but it's something we must do. It is as important as any other piece of infrastructure for the city that supports this community. Thank you.
Thank you. And my last piece of this, Mayor, is I bring up the bonds back in 2022 because that was a vote of the council, and the council approved it, not unanimously, but they approved it. And that moving forward was then litigated, and to say, well, we're spending all this money, well, this could have been another mechanism that was then litigated, and then the litigation went at the trial court, then the appeals court, and was requested to be seen by the Supreme Court of California. And as I understand it, Mr. Fisher, that's concluded. Is that correct? The bond litigation regarding the 2022 decision by the council?
So there are 2 bond litigation matters. So the pension obligation bond was the one that had a recent Supreme Court ruling, not our case, but a similar case of City of San Jose. And then the pension obligation bond issue that was pending before the California Supreme Court, they remanded that back to the Court of Appeal, which then wrapped that case up and the city prevailed. On the lease revenue bond case, which included the ERP-related funding, I believe, that one the city has prevailed on as well.
Thank you. And in the end, I hope that this can be a future item for us to study that and see if it even makes sense to do those things given today's interest rates or what other municipalities or counties are doing. But back in 2022, it was a very different financial landscape than it is in 2026. And I think that's what the city manager was alluding to by it would have been less expensive than where we are now. So anyways, those are my questions. Thanks for the extended time, Mayor.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Any other comments or questions? Okay. I'll just make some brief remarks myself. For me, I'm all about modernizing our city, making it more effective. Not to say it doesn't hurt when you see these kind of numbers, and it does, I think, very naturally, very logically, you question whether or not we made the decision back then, and it's costing us a lot. But nonetheless, you understand that the things evolve, and you understand the needs of all the departments, and we are very complex. I can tell you, having been a staffer at the police department, and our needs are very different than what the needs are at refuse or the water department or the fire department. So I get it, but doesn't say it doesn't hurt to spend this kind of money, but this kind of investment we need to make to modernize and enhance our city, enhance our services, and be where we want to be, because what do we do at this point? I think we got to get this project through the finish line. Those are my comments. Go ahead, Councilmember Starr.
I do have a question. So who actually owns this project? Is this an IT department project? Is it a finance department project? Who actually owns the project here?
So we had, it originally sat in the city manager's office as a business manager. A former employee was here managing that. And so now we kind of co-pilot it, Rob, Javier, and I kind of co-pilot it together. So if there's, we attend weekly meetings, have multiple discussions a week on the project. So hope that answers your question.
It does. I'll give you my perspective. Yes, when this came up originally in 2019, I did say it would cost a lot more than what the council was being told, and yeah, it's turned out to be the case. Doesn't mean it's a bad investment, but we certainly came in believing that it was going to cost a lot less than it actually does. My hope is that there won't be any other increases in the next 2 years. I'd hate for someone to come back to me and say, well, you know, we need another $5 million on top of the $32 million that we're projecting. There is such a thing as sunk cost, where you don't really, you know, once you spent the money, you don't look at what you spent at that point. You look at what you need to spend from this point forward to finish something. So it's really the marginal cost and marginal benefit is what you need to look at, though it's tempting to look at that sunk cost a lot. So from the standpoint of the value proposition for the marginal cost of finishing it, I don't really see a good argument for not going forward with this. I do believe in my heart, though, that the original decision, which very few of us here were involved with, I know people like to say that HTE had this horrible system where we had green screens and all that. We have other cities in Ventura County that use HTE, and they weren't using green screens. They've updated their hardware. They updated their software to the most current version. And I'm not saying that we necessarily would be better off on HTE. I don't know. I haven't done that sort of analysis. Maybe we would, maybe we wouldn't, but I do remember it being mentioned that the reason why we had to go to this other system is because, you know, HTE is stuck in the dark ages. And I don't think that was completely true. But in any event, here we are. And it's time to make a decision on this. And from my perspective, I think given the options, it makes more sense to go forward than to pull a plug. If you come back to me a while later and say it's going to cost another $5 million, $10 million, I'm not going to be happy. I suppose it could happen. But right now, based on the best information that we have in front of us, I'm going to be inclined to vote for this.
Mayor MacArthur, I wonder if, I want to clarify one more point, and perhaps either Rob or Javier could, there's a figure being thrown about the $32.4 million, and I wonder if you might be able to clarify the actual implementation cost that we can use to compare to the original contract.
Sure. So buying this system, basically you got the cost of implementing it and then the cost of running it. It would be like buying your car and then you still have to put gas in it. You still have to do your oil changes and that kind of thing. So there's, on the staff report on page 420, there's a chart that separates out the implementation costs from the ongoing production costs. And so the numbers that I think you'll want to look at for the implementation costs are 25 million. It's actually 25,386, and the production costs are about 7 million. So the 7 million is the gas and tires and that kind of thing of running this system through 2028. And the 25,386 number is the cost of implementing it. So Eric, that's what you were referring to, is that separation of those?
Yeah, and I mean, as modules come online, they kind of switch over from the implementation column to the production column. And so, for instance, some of the costs related to finance and HCM, aren't captured in the implementation. So only reason I brought that up is it's important. It's $7 million. So I just want to make sure we're comparing apples to apples, or small apples to big apples.
Mayor, at this point, I'm willing to move the recommended action.
I'll second.
I do have a question.
Oh.
So since you brought up the 7 million, I guess that means there's going to be some ongoing annual costs for this system. Do you have any ballpark idea what that will be?
Yeah, I believe that's actually in the staff report. I don't have the page number, but the amount of year over year ongoing, I believe, is 1.7 million, which would include 423. Thank you. And so that would include, at the current strategy right now, is the production support is outsourced. So that number includes that outsource figure. So it would be the software fees and the outsource of the production support. At a later point in time, we may consider whether or not we choose to outsource the production support over time or bring that in-house. The dynamics of that are a little bit complicated because of just the nature of where we live and the talent pool that's available, but that's something to be looked at down the road.
Well, I do have one last comment to say. I just want to say that I have a lot of confidence in our CIO. I think Mr. Rubin's doing a great job. I think he's always been very good about giving us the straight answers to questions. So I appreciate that and just wanted to compliment you on that.
Thanks, Councilmember Starr. Go ahead, Mr. Perlow.
I have a question I didn't get answered, I will, but I need to challenge Mr. Starr. You have a lot of confidence in an individual. I mean, I appreciate that, and I understand the English language. Does that mean you have no confidence in some other individuals here? That's a fair question, Mr. Starr, because you do a good job of taking shots at staff. In my opinion, they're doing a good job. One thing that I do know, when your wife said that you were the one that came up with the numbers was going to cost, Mr. Molina, before he was elected treasurer, used to be hammering on those things. Costs are going to be so much before you even showed on the scene. And the issue with respect to what this city had gone through before you showed up on the scene with the audits and the things that happened, which required that we needed to, anybody that's taken a chance to go back and read what those audits brought up, this needed to do something. That's what led to this. And I support this. But if we have somebody that is not trustworthy in a management position, I wish that you could share it. But when you do, bring some facts and evidence. Opinions count, but they're like a certain part that everybody's got.
I guess I don't really...
The other part of the question that I have, Mayor, from the staff is under ongoing costs and completion on page 420, just above the chart that they were just referencing. Yeah. It says, and maintain legacy systems. I'm just curious, how long do we think the legacy systems will be needed to be maintained? I think that's significant because as they're saying, we're finding things that we can do that we didn't know. We're finding things that have been wrong that we didn't know, that the experts at the time didn't know, and it's getting better. It's getting better, my opinion.
Councilman, to address your question, we'll need the legacy system or the HTE system through the end of the implementation. So that's targeted toward the end of 2028.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, are there no further public speakers and comments? Call for the vote.
Mayor and council members, we do not have any additional speakers in person or virtually. Councilwoman Bettis?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Aye.
Councilmember Starr?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua? Councilmember Perallo?
Yes.
Mayor MacArthur?
Yes.
And this motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you. There be no further business on the agenda, and if there are no objections, We are adjourned. Thanks, everyone.